Chapter 951. 7 Stars Grotto Heaven? Lu Ping was taken aback. The 7 Stars Grotto Heaven was a marvelous place. Tens of thousands of years ago, 7 great cultivators in the North Sea worked together to open up the 7 Stars Grotto Heaven. It was also a very famous ruin in the North Sea's cultivation world. The 7 Stars Grotto Heaven's opening time was uncertain, but it was usually open for at least 100 years. Lu Ping had entered it with Ji Xianxian and Yin Xianchu when he was still in the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping had benefited greatly from it, and he had been benefiting from it ever since. In particular, the 7-star treasure palace in the 7-star Grotto Heaven was known as a treasure bowl. In the past tens of thousands of years, the 7-star Grotto Heaven had opened countless times. However, the treasures in the 7-star treasure palace had never stopped. No one knew how many treasures there were in the 7-star treasure palace, but it always gave people the feeling that it was inexhaustible. However, the 7 Stars Grotto Heaven could only allow blood condensation realm cultivators to enter. If one wanted to enter the 7 Stars Grotto Heaven through the opening passage, one had to use a special talisman made by a Dharma manifestation realm cultivator to resist the various dangers in the passage. Why would foreign forces pay so much attention to the 7 Stars Grotto Heaven? It should be known that the 7 Stars Grotto Heaven could only allow blood condensation realm cultivators to enter. Even if there were really great treasures inside, the hidden dangers were probably not something a blood condensation realm cultivator could handle. Of course, there were core forging realm cultivators who used secret techniques to suppress their cultivation level to the blood condensation realm. However, such secret techniques could only be used on early-stage core forging realm cultivators. Once the seal in the Grotto Heaven was broken, the person would immediately be teleported outside. Therefore, core forging realm cultivators often only had the power to attack once in the Grotto Heaven. Most of the time, they were used to intimidate others. Could it be that they were here for the purple crystal bees? This thought popped up in Lu Ping's mind. However, he had only revealed the purple crystal royal jelly in the Central Plains, but he did not reveal the secret of the purple crystal bees. Or the 1,000 wonder dew. Apart from him, who else knew that there was a large pool of 1,000 poison meteorite raw lava hidden in the core area of the Golden Valley and that there was a large ball of 1,000 wonder dew in it? No, there was another person who might know something. Lu Ping suddenly remembered that there was another person who entered the core of the Golden Valley back then. It was Liao Yong, a disciple of the famous alchemy family of the North Sea. Liao Yong might not have been able to reach the depths of the core region, but he should have at least reached the edge of the core region and seen the scene inside. What's more, an alchemy grandmaster of the Liao clan, Liao Yong's grandfather, Daoist master Liao Ding, had died in the core area. Lu Ping had even taken away Daoist master Liao Ding's storage artifact. Thinking up to here, Lu Ping suddenly remembered that the swarm of purple crystal wasps did not belong to him alone. Back then, in the Sea of Flowers in the 7-star Grotto Heaven, a female cultivator from the Northern Sea's Ari family, Ari Shuyao, had obtained the purple crystal wasp's eggs together with Lu Ping in the Sea of Flowers. Could it be because of the swarm of purple crystal wasps? After all, when Lu Ping was in the mainland, he had caused a lot of trouble because of the purple crystal wasp's royal jelly. Just as Lu Ping was making wild guesses, he suddenly realized that he was a little too wishful thinking. The 7-star Grotto Heaven had existed for tens of thousands of years, and countless rare treasures had appeared in it. Whether it was the meteorite essence, the swarm of purple crystal wasps, or other treasures, many had appeared in the 7-star Grotto Heaven. Who could be sure that the treasures obtained by Lu Ping had caused foreign forces to covet the 7-star Grotto Heaven? Lu Ping could not help but laugh. When he looked up, he found that he had flown all the way to the Zhenling area. Then, he found the nearest medium-sized island on the sea and returned to Tianling Mountain using the teleportation array there. After arriving at Tianling Mountain, Lu Ping did not stop and went straight back to Huangli Island. At this time, Zhenling's Dark Hall disciple, who was walking in the dark, had already passed him the latest news about the Northern Sea. Lu Ping opened the Jade Scroll, which was only accessible to less than 30 people in the Zhenling area, using the secret technique of Zhenling. In the Jade Scroll, the first piece of news was, It is suspected that a Dharma adept from Xianling sect has fallen in the Northwest Sea. Xianling sect is loose on the outside but tight on the inside. Several Dharma adepts who were outside have returned, and Crystal Palace adepts have appeared frequently. Lu Ping was shocked by this piece of news. It had only taken him a short time to return from the Northwest Sea, but the sect's first reaction should have been to block the news of Lao Zu's tragic death. How did his own sect know about it now? Immediately, Lu Ping thought that this news must have come from Zhenling's spies in Xianling sect. Lu Ping thought that since his own sect could have spies in Xianling sect, then Xianling sect could also have spies in his own sect. His sudden appearance on Tianling Mountain at this time and his hasty departure might arouse the suspicions of these spies. Furthermore, even if he was not spotted by Xianling sect spies, there was no guarantee that the spies from other sects would not have noticed him. After all, his current identity was too conspicuous, and this was the first time he had appeared after disappearing for 5 years. It was bound to attract the attention of other sects. Lu Ping was secretly annoyed. He had been too careless this time. In the distance, Wang Qi and sixth brother Lei rushed over to greet Lu Ping when they heard that he had returned. Lu Ping waved his hand and ordered Wang Qi to find Fang Xia, Fang Wei, Seng Wu, and Du Jialuo. After that, he fell into deep thought. In the Jade Slip, other than the first piece of news about LV Shuheng Laozu's death, there were hundreds of other pieces of news. Most of them were about the recent happenings in the North Sea, the rest were about the East Sea, and the rest were about the situation in the Central Plains. The Jade Slip also talked about the opening of the Seven Stars Grotto Heaven. As expected, Zhenling was aware of the involvement of cultivators from the outside world. Sixth brother Lei saw that Lu Ping had a lot on his mind after he returned, but it didn't seem like he was plotting something. Instead, it seemed like he was troubled. Sixth brother Lei looked at Lu Ping for a while before asking, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Lu Ping looked at sixth brother Lei, nodded, and didn't say anything. Back then, sixth brother Lei plotted against Lu Ping, but he was captured by Lu Ping and planted a mark in his divine sense. His life was in the hands of Lu Ping, so there were some things that Lu Ping didn't hide from him. Sixth brother Lei saw that Lu Ping didn't say much and knew that it wasn't something difficult. So, he changed the topic and said, "It seems like your cultivation hasn't improved much in the past 5 years. Sixth brother Lei was already at the peak of the core forging realm. He was only one step away from being able to condense his Dharma power. Naturally, he could see the cultivation that Lu Ping was displaying now. Suddenly, Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. It was as if he had suddenly figured out a difficult problem. His expression relaxed. That's right, after he left Failing Island, he used a secret technique to seal his cultivation and lowered it to the peak of the core forging realm. At that time, even Lu Shuheng couldn't see through it, let alone the spies in the sect. After figuring this out, Lu Ping had a plan in mind. At this time, Du Jialuo, Fang Wei, Fang Xia, and Seng Wu followed behind Wang Qi into the cave. "Greetings, Master." After Fang Xia, Fang Wei, and the others bowed to Lu Ping, they looked at Du Jialuo in surprise. Since when did Du Jialuo become a disciple of Huangli Island's Hearing Wave Mansion? Even Wang Qi was a little surprised. Not only because Du Jialuo called Lu Ping master, but also because Du Jialuo's current cultivation had obviously not reached the core forging realm. According to Lu Ping's previous style of accepting disciples, those who had not reached the core forging realm were not even qualified to enter the Hearing Wave Mansion. Du Jialuo was also quite famous among the fourth-generation disciples. However, he had always been valued by perfected Master Liu Shenyuan. Moreover, Du Jialuo cultivated an earth attribute cultivation method. Many fourth-generation disciples in Zhenling thought that Du Jialuo would become perfected Master Liu Xuanyuan's disciple. However, they didn't know that Du Jialuo had already become Lu Ping's disciple when he was still in the central region. In fact, he was probably even older than Wang Qi and the others. Lu Ping didn't care about the surprise in their eyes. Instead, he asked directly, "Who among you knows about the opening of the Seven Stars Grotto Heaven?" The few of them hesitated for a moment before Wang Qi answered, "Master, rumors about the opening of the Seven Stars Grotto Heaven have been spreading in the North Sea recently. However, it is said that the sect has already made plans for it. Laozu has also selected the fourth-generation disciples to enter the Seven Stars Grotto Heaven. Lu Ping nodded and said, "The few of you, get ready to enter the Seven Stars Grotto Heaven together." The few of them were shocked to hear Lu Ping's words. Wang Qi hesitated for a moment before saying, "Master, should we ask Grandmaster about this?" Lu Ping shook his head and said, "You guys go first. I will report this to Master later." With that, Lu Ping waved his right hand in front of him. The space around him suddenly changed. Lines appeared strangely on Lu Ping's fingertips. As his fingertips moved, they formed a bluish-purple talisman in the air. Condensing talisman in the void. This is a space magic that only Dharma laws Laozu can control. You've actually advanced to the Dharma stage? Sixth Elder Lei looked like he had seen a ghost. Wang Qi and the others were also shocked. Then, their faces were filled with joy. Lu Ping nodded and said seriously, "Don't tell anyone about me advancing to the Dharma stage. Otherwise, the Qingdao residents will be in big trouble." Seeing that the few of them nodded solemnly, Lu Ping handed the talisman to Wang Qi and said, "With this talisman, you can enter the Seven Stars Grotto Heaven smoothly. Once you complete the task I have given you, you can meet up with the other disciples and help them fight for more benefits for the sect." Wang Qi hesitated for a moment before saying, "Master, junior brother Du Jialuo has not advanced to the core forging stage yet, but he can enter and leave the Seven Stars Grotto Heaven freely. Fang Wei, Fang Xia, and Seng Wu are only at the first stage of the core forging stage, so it won't be too difficult for them to seal their cultivation and enter. However, my cultivation is already at the third stage of the core forging stage, so it won't be easy for me to seal my cultivation to the blood condensation stage." Chapter 952. As soon as Wang Qi finished speaking, Lu Ping had already taken a step forward and appeared beside him. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ping had already placed a hand on his shoulder. Wang Qi didn't even have time to react. He felt a gentle yet irresistible force flow down from his shoulder into his heart core space. Wang Qi didn't dare to move the true yuan around him, but Lu Ping's true yuan had already invaded his heart core space. A bluish-purple mist formed around his golden core. The moment the purple mist formed, Wang Qi could clearly feel that the vital energy around his body had lost connection with his golden core. The vital energy that had seeped into his core space as he circulated his cultivation technique was bounced off to the edge of the core space the moment it came into contact with the purple mist. As Wang Qi's golden core was sealed, his entire aura started to change. The true yuan that flowed through his bloodline gradually degenerated into magic power due to the lack of a source of support. However, Wang Qi could feel that even though the layer of purple mist surrounded his golden core and sealed his cultivation, the seal wasn't strong enough. Furthermore, it didn't cut off the connection between his spiritual will and his golden core. As long as Wang Qi willed it, the true yuan in his golden core would surge and the purple mist would immediately turn into pure spiritual qi. Not only would his cultivation recover, but this pure spiritual qi would also greatly benefit Wang Qi's cultivation. Wang Qi and the other disciples didn't notice anything, but Sixth Elder Lei was a knowledgeable person. He saw how easily Lu Ping had sealed Wang Qi's cultivation all the way to the peak of the blood condensation realm. It wasn't that he didn't have such methods, but it was impossible for him to do it as casually as Lu Ping did. Sixth Elder Lei was proficient in the art of assassination, so he was naturally familiar with concealing his cultivation and disguising himself as a pig to eat a tiger. Therefore, he had a deeper understanding of Lu Ping's methods, and the fear in his heart grew stronger. After sealing Wang Qi's cultivation, Lu Ping sealed Fang Wei, Fang Xia, and Seng Wu's cultivation all the way to the peak of the blood condensation realm. Finally, he walked over to Du Jialuo and flipped his palm. A poisonous flame instantly rose from his palm. Lu Ping handed the poisonous flame to Du Jialuo and said to the disciples, "This flame is called the Dark Prison Poisonous Flame. It's a very special kind of heaven and earth flame. After years of meticulous nurturing, its power might even be comparable to a high-grade earth-level heaven and earth flame. With this poisonous flame, you will be immune to all poisons." After handing the Dark Prison Poisonous Flame to Du Jialuo, Lu Ping took out a spirit beast pouch and shook it. The amethyst queen bee flew out from the pouch. Lu Ping casually made a hand seal and sealed the amethyst queen bee's cultivation all the way to the peak of the blood condensation realm. Then, he handed the spirit beast pouch to Wang Qi and said, "This pouch of amethyst bees is not to be underestimated. Unless we're in the sea of flowers in the 7-star grotto heaven, we must not expose it outside the spirit beast pouch. If we're discovered and chased, we'd rather break the seal and escape from the 7-star grotto heaven than let a single amethyst bee fall into the hands of others." Lu Ping's last sentence was directed at Wang Qi. Seeing Wang Qi nod solemnly, he finally relaxed. Lu Ping handed a jade slip to Wang Qi and said, "After entering the grotto heaven, Wang Qi will be in charge of everything. The things I've instructed you to do have already been written in the jade slip. Pay special attention to the movements of foreign cultivators. The 7-star grotto heaven is a land of treasures, but it's also a hellish battlefield. Whether you can obtain anything will depend on your strength, wisdom, and luck." Lu Ping handed a few protective treasures to the disciples before sending them out. Beside him, 6th brother Lei smiled and said, "Brother Lu, do you have any other instructions?" Lu Ping nodded and said, "Indeed, I have something to trouble Brother Lei with. Brother Lei has already heard that there have been many foreign forces interfering in the North Sea recently. Brother Lei has been in the Central Plains for a long time, so you're very knowledgeable and proficient in concealment techniques. I'd like to trouble Brother Lei to go out and investigate and find out which forces are interfering in the affairs of the North Sea." After sending off 6th brother Lei, Lu Ping was just about to return to his cave abode when he stopped and looked up. He saw a silver light shooting straight towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping reached out and took the sound transmission sword. His heart sank, and he turned around and walked towards the teleportation portal. On Tianling Mountain, Lu Ping left the teleportation portal and hurried towards the palace of Chonghua Light. From afar, he saw Liu Tianling, Laozu, and a middle-aged female cultivator walking out of the palace of Chonghua Light. They seemed to be sending off their guests. When he got closer, Lu Ping was stunned when he saw the female cultivator. This female cultivator was none other than Xiao Yuhuan Laozu from the Xiaoyaro sect, whom Lu Ping had met in the fallen mystic land of the East Sea. Seeing that Lu Ping had arrived, Liu Tianling, Laozu, was about to introduce him to Xiao Yuhuan, but Xiao Laozu giggled and said, "Isn't this Qianqin's martial nephew, spiritual master Lu Xianping? I haven't seen you for decades, but your cultivation has already reached the peak of the core forging stage. You've even made a name for yourself in the Central Plains. Even I have heard of your name in the East Sea." Liu Tianling, Laozu, looked at Lu Ping and smiled. "So you know my disciple?" Xiao Yuhuan, Laozu, looked at Liu Tianling, Laozu in surprise and said, "So your fellow Liu's disciple? No wonder, so you're the disciple of a famous master." Lu Ping's heart settled. A mid-Dharma adept really couldn't see through his hidden cultivation, so he quickly stepped forward and bowed to the two Laozu. "Greetings, Master, greetings, Xiao Laozu." Xiao Laozu nodded at Lu Ping, then turned around and said, "If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble fellow Liu. In the future, if Tianqin ever returns to your sect, please tell her that if she's free, she can come to the Xiaoyaro sect as a guest. Many of our disciples were taken care of by Tianqin, the alchemy grandmaster." Liu Tianling, Laozu, smiled and said, "Rest assured, fellow Xiao. If Tianqin ever returns, I'll definitely let you know." Xiao Laozu turned around and smiled at Lu Ping. "Lu Xiaoyu, how old are you? Are you married? Our Xiaoyaro sect doesn't lack other things, but we have plenty of unmarried female disciples. If you're interested, I'll be your matchmaker. How about it?" Lu Ping was shocked speechless by Laozu's fierce words. Liu Tianling, Laozu, saw Lu Ping's embarrassed face and said, "Thank you, fellow Xiao. It's just that this kid has already become a cultivation partner with Sister Shen Chen's disciple." Xiao Laozu looked slightly disappointed and said, "Oh, that's really a pity." At this time, Liu Tianling, Laozu, said, "But there are quite a few young talents in our sect. If fellow Xiao is interested, why don't you let the disciples of our two sects interact more and get closer to each other? If we can get one or two good things done, wouldn't that be wonderful?" Xiao Laozu also showed a look of understanding and said, "Fellow Liu's suggestion is not bad. When I return to the East Sea, I'll bring this up with senior sister sect master. At that time, you two sect masters can discuss it." After sending away Xiao Laozu, Lu Ping asked curiously, "This Xiaoyaro sect is even using marriage?" Liu Tianling, Laozu, snorted and said, "Come with me." Lu Ping had no choice but to follow Liu Tianling, Laozu into the palace of Zhonghua. In the palace of Zhonghua, Liu Tianling, Laozu, had a cold expression on his face. When he saw Lu Ping come in, he asked, "You killed Lu Shuheng?" Lu Ping did not expect his teacher to know the specific news of Lu Shuheng's death so quickly. Previously, the Dark Hall had only guessed that Xianling sect might have lost a Dharma adept, but in just a few hours, his teacher had already gotten hold of the new information and guessed that it was Lu Ping. Lu Ping said curiously, "That can't be. My hands and feet are considered clean. How can teacher be so sure that it was me who did it so quickly?" Although Liu Tianling, Laozu, had a confident look on his face, when he heard Lu Ping admit that Lu Shuheng was really killed by him, there was still a hint of surprise on his face. Lu Ping saw this and knew that his teacher was only guessing and did not have any concrete evidence. He could not help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he did not leave any big clues for Xianling sect, then even if Xianling sect wanted to vent their anger on Zhenling could still deny it. At most, he could take the blame on Yin Shenchu again. Anyway, Yin Shenchu had already vented his anger on the entire Xianling sect because of his parents. This was no longer a secret in the North Sea cultivation world. At most, the sects in the North Sea could only use Yin Xuanchu's matter to isolate Zhenling. But if they said that they would launch a crusade against his former sect because of an abandoned disciple, it would not be justifiable no matter what. Liu Tianling, Laozu, saw that Lu Ping was still indifferent, and he couldn't help but get angry. "Ridiculous. Since when did you become so ignorant of the bigger picture? Right now, our sect is in a very dangerous situation. Recently, there have been many forces from the East Sea and Middle Earth coming into contact with the North Sea's local sects and families. The situation is delicate, and yet you still dared to kill Lu Shuheng. Aren't you afraid that the other sects will join forces to besiege our sect and end up like Fei Ling sect?" Seeing that his teacher was angry, Lu Ping had no choice but to listen to his teacher's lecture. Unexpectedly, Liu Tianling, Laozu, asked, "I heard that there is also a mine hunter from the Crystal Palace among them?" Lu Ping nodded. "Yes. I also obtained a map of a mixed spiritual or vein from that mine hunter. The spiritual materials contained in this vein are extremely precious, and it is located in the Northwest Sea." Liu Tianling, on the other hand, Laozu didn't even look at the map that Lu Ping handed over. Lu Ping hesitated for a moment, then said, "So that teacher knows that this mixed spiritual or vein contains several kinds of raw spiritual materials, which may be of great help in repairing the treasure ship." Liu Tianling, "So what? Can we go and mine it now and inform Xianling sect's Lu Shuheng and the mine hunter from the Crystal Palace that died in our hands?" "Actually, our sect can." Chapter 953. After the matter, Liu Tianling Laozu said angrily, "If it was just Xianling sect, then we could mine after the matter was over. At worst, we could just face Xianling sect head-on. But don't forget that there was also a mine seeker from the Crystal Palace who died in your hands. Does that mean that we can challenge the Crystal Palace after the matter is over?" Lu Ping was stunned for a moment. He didn't think of this and was at a loss for words. Liu Tianling Laozu asked, "Was Shenchu there too?" Lu Ping hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes, Brother Shenchu killed a few Xianling sect practitioners, but he was surrounded by Lu Shuheng and the others. I happened to pass by, so I couldn't just stand by and watch, but I also couldn't let the sect be accused of secretly aiding an abandoned disciple to assassinate a Xianling sect disciple. So, I simply killed them all and put an end to it." What a good way to put an end to it. Liu Tianling Laozu was furious. "How dare you? You do things as you please, but have you ever considered the whole sect? I think you've been spoiled by the Laozu in the sect. Do you really think you're a genius? You're simply lawless." Lu Ping broke out in a cold sweat after being scolded by his teacher. It wasn't because he was scared, but because his teacher's words had hit him where it hurt. As his level of practice grew, he contributed more and more to the sect, and his status in the Zhenling sect rose step by step. Even the second-generation Dharma adepts of the sect had to be polite to him when they saw him. They never preached to him like an elder, not to mention the second-generation disciples who had yet to reach the Dharma stage. As a result, Lu Ping's status as a third-generation disciple had gradually strayed away from his original status as a third-generation disciple. Other than a few close friends, the water-sword immortal, Lu Shenping, had almost become a legend among the third-generation disciples, let alone the fourth-generation disciples. On the other hand, Lu Ping was still immersed in the mentality of being superior to others. And this time in the Northwest Sea incident, with Lu Ping's strength, he could have secretly rescued Yin Xianchu without leaving any evidence. So even if Lu Shuheng and Lao Zu guessed that Zhenling adepts might have secretly attacked, it was only the loss of a few early core forging disciples, and there was no evidence, so it would not cause a backlash from the whole Xianling sect. But it just so happened that Lu Ping couldn't help but want to test his strength after advancing to the Dharma stage, and in the end, this situation happened. Although he was aware of the possible serious consequences, seeing the famous Dharma adept, Lao Zu, fall so easily in his hands, he couldn't help but feel smug. Liu Qianling and Lao Zu saw that Lu Ping's face had turned green and red from his scolding, and knew that Lu Ping had realized something, so he waved his hand and said, "Since you disappeared in the North Sea for 5 years and reappeared again, then do what you should do. Don't do anything unusual because of Lu Shuheng's death. That will only make people more suspicious." Lu Ping couldn't believe his ears and asked helplessly, "Then what if Xianling sect and the Crystal Palace come to question me?" Liu Qianling Lao Zu waved his hand impatiently and said, "You don't have to worry about these things." Lu Ping walked out of the palace of Zhonghua in confusion. He had caused such a big trouble, but all he got was a scolding from his teacher. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Lu Ping naturally knew that his teacher was trying to find a way to clean up his mess, but after causing such a big trouble, he couldn't do anything to help. Lu Ping couldn't help but feel guilty. Liu Qianling Lao Zu watched Lu Ping's back disappear outside the palace of Zhonghua, then stood up. The space beside him didn't fluctuate at all, but celestial phenomenon Lao Zu just casually walked out of the space. Liu Qianling Lao Zu smiled and said, "Uncle Master's space magic is getting more and more amazing." Celestial phenomenon Lao Zu smiled and didn't reply to Liu Qianling Lao Zu's words. Instead, he said, "Incredible. This kid's cultivation has already advanced to the Dharma stage. Looks like he really found a good place to train in seclusion." Just now, even the old man was almost discovered by him. Liu Qianling's smile froze on his face, and a strange look flashed across his face. Then, he said, "This kid, he even fooled me." Celestial phenomenon Lao Zu smiled and said, "It's not just you, even that Xiao Yuhuan who was at the mid-Dharma stage couldn't see through his cultivation, right?" Liu Qianling Lao Zu was puzzled and said, "I don't know where this kid got this treasure from, he can even fool a mid-Dharma stage." Celestial phenomenon Lao Zu shook his head and said, "It's not a treasure to hide his cultivation, it's just that his divine sense is too amazing. If there's a treasure to hide, even if you can't see through his cultivation, you can still know that he used a treasure to hide his cultivation. But he used his divine sense to disguise himself, and those whose divine sense cultivation is lower than his can't see through it." After a moment of silence, Liu Qianling Lao Zu asked, "Uncle Master, how much of what Xiao Yuhuan said is true?" Celestial phenomenon Lao Zu thought for a moment and said, "There's no harm in sending some disciples to interact with him. The Carefree Pavilion and the Tianyu sect have a close relationship, and both sides have a common enemy, the Crystal Palace. From this point, it can be seen that the other side has no ill intentions. Since they came to the North Sea to express their goodwill, we naturally can't wait to see them. There's no reason for us to push our allies away. If we can really unite by marriage, although it won't affect the substance, at least it will show our attitude." Liu Qianling Lao Zu thought for a moment and said, "Could it be that something happened in the East Sea?" Celestial phenomenon Lao Zu said, "Send a letter to Tianlin. Tell him to investigate the recent situation in the East Sea, especially the situation of the Crystal Palace and the other 5 large sects. He must do everything in detail." Liu Qianling Lao Zu didn't say anything else. Celestial phenomenon. Laozu turned around and asked, "What do you plan to do about Lu Shuheng's death?" Liu Tianling. Laozu smiled and said, "Disciple just thought of a way. I heard that recently, a force from the Middle Earth is in contact with the Blue Sea through the Liao family. Currently, because of Xianling sect's secrecy, no one in the North Sea knows about this mixed mineral vein in the Northwest Sea except for our sect." Lu Ping knew that his teacher must have a plan, but his teacher didn't let him participate. Lu Ping thought for a moment and went to the secret cave under the cliff of the back mountain of Qianling sect. The back mountain of Qianling sect was originally a forbidden area of the entire Zhenling sect. Because of the treasure ship, the security here was even tighter than before. Only the true trusted disciples of the sect would be sent here. As for the second, third, and fourth generation disciples with family backgrounds, they wouldn't be involved in such confidential matters. When Lu Ping saw Chen Lian again, on the stone wall of the cave, Zhenling had opened up a huge refining room for Chen Lian to use alone. There were all kinds of spiritual materials piled up in the refining room. Rare and precious spiritual materials could be seen everywhere in Chen Lian's room. Seeing Lu Ping come in, Chen Lian walked over from the side of a mystic treasure crafting furnace. His face looked haggard but his eyes shone brightly. "Looks like you've been very busy recently. I'm afraid you don't have time to refine other things, right?" Chen Lian nodded and said, "Indeed, because of the treasure ship, I've been so busy recently that even my cultivation has been delayed. Many people asked me to refine magic treasures, but I did help you refine 2 of them." With that, Chen Lian lowered his head and rummaged through his storage device for a long time before taking out the nether water sword. He said, "I've condensed the 7th and 8th invisible treasure restrictions. This is because I've secretly saved up the spiritual materials to repair the mountain-splitting axe and the treasure ship, so I've condensed 2 invisible treasure restrictions in a row. However, condensing the 9th invisible treasure restriction is a little difficult. The spiritual materials to refine the invisible sword are hard to come by, and I don't have anything suitable here." Lu Ping happily grabbed the nether water sword and put it down. He carefully examined it, then reached out and knocked on the spine of the sword. At the same time, a crisp sound rang out, and the entire sword rippled in the air like a pool of autumn water, as if it would dissolve in the air at any time. True essence poured into the sword, and the nether water sword immediately let out a joyful sword cry. Then, it flashed in Lu Ping's palm and disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already in the core space. With this nether water sword, the power of Lu Ping's great innate sword technique would undoubtedly double, and he would truly have the foundation to compete with the great innate sword technique. What's the other thing? The nether water sword immediately aroused Lu Ping's interest, and he looked forward to the next item even more. However, Lu Ping looked at the 3-inch-long object in Chen Lian's hand and said, "This is the vast sea bell you refined?" "It's just a bell," Chen Lian said helplessly. "I refined this according to the method of refining the vast sea bell recorded in the jade slip you gave me earlier. I also refined a few strange spirit materials from the spirit material ores you asked the 4th generation disciples to find in the vast sea relic according to the method and added them into the bell. But the result is like this. What can I do?" Lu Ping weighed the bell in his hand and said, "How many treasured prohibitions are condensed inside?" Chen Lian said, "The spiritual materials needed to replicate the vast sea bell are of extremely high quality and are extremely rare. So far, I have only condensed 4 treasured prohibitions, barely reaching the level of a spiritual magic treasure. If I want to improve it further, I will need to find better spiritual materials. However, this magic treasure is worthy of being used by vast sea Laozu in the past. Just its defensive ability is comparable to a defensive magic treasure condensed with 6 treasured prohibitions." Lu Ping casually shook the bell. He didn't infuse any true essence into the bell, so it looked like an ordinary bell. However, there was a hint of a unique aura in the crisp ringing sound. Only core forging realm cultivators like Xian Lian could detect it. Lu Ping said with a smile, "I wonder if it has the special restraining effect on Mara like the real vast sea bell. It seems that I will have to find an opportunity to test it out." After putting away Chen Lian's replica of the vast sea bell, Lu Ping asked, "How is the refinement of the treasure cabin on the treasure ship going?" Chen Lian pointed at the spiritual materials in the huge refining room and said with a wry smile, I have some ideas. Look at these things, they are all used to replicate the House of Gold. I don't know when I can succeed. Chapter 954. In a secret cabin of the treasured vessel, Lu Ping found Hu Lili, who was reinscribing talisman markings on the walls of the cabin with a few female disciples. When they saw Lu Ping walk in, the female disciples found an excuse to run out while grinning, and only 2 people remained in the secret cabin. Hu Lili smiled as she looked at Lu Ping, and then she turned around and continued inscribing brand new talisman markings on the cabin walls. Lu Ping walked over and carefully looked at the talisman markings on the cabin walls, and then he said, This is truly complicated. The entire treasured vessel, the hull, the secret cabins, the deck, and even the passageways have to be inscribed with these dense talisman markings, and there can't be the slightest mistake. Hu Lili said with a smile, Of course. Moreover, it isn't so easy to inscribe these talisman markings. Not only does it require a considerable cultivation, one's comprehension towards formations must attain the level of a formation master. Lu Ping asked, When do you reckon it will take to complete the inscribing of these talisman markings? Hu Lili frowned and said, I can't say for sure. The grand formation of this treasured vessel is an extremely enormous compound formation. Even though it can't compare to the grand scale of a sect guarding grand formation, it's much more complicated than a sect guarding grand formation. Some of these formations are defensive formations, some are offensive formations, some are solidifying one's body, some are gathering spirit energy, some are suppressing wind and waves, some are converging wind and waves, and so on and so forth. There are a total of over 10 types of formations of various sizes, and every single formation is different. Lu Ping wasn't proficient in formations, and he said, This is truly complicated. Hu Lili said with a smile, That's not all. This is just the general classification of the formations on the treasured vessel. There are many more detailed classifications. For example, among the defensive formations, there are formations to defend against external enemies, formations to protect the structure of the ship, and formations to protect the house from seawater erosion, and so on. These specific formations must all be combined in one place without the slightest conflict, and in the end, the various types of formations must be concentrated and connected to the formation. This way, the formation master on the treasured vessel can concentrate and adjust the different formations on the treasured vessel, so that he can adapt according to the situation. Lu Ping was speechless as he listened, but Hu Lili became more and more excited as she spoke. She continued, Some of these formations on the treasured vessel are already known, but there are some that even the master doesn't know about. Not only have I learned a lot from helping the master restore the formations on the treasured vessel these past few years, but the master often says that he has benefited a lot. Lu Ping didn't know much about array formations at all. As he listened to Hu Lili ramble on about the pros and cons of various array formations, even Lu Ping, who had the divine sense of a mid-stage Dharma adept, couldn't help but feel a headache coming on and his temples throbbing. In the end, he simply stopped listening to Hu Lili and focused his attention on Hu Lili's face. He looked left and right, as if he was admiring a peerless treasure. This was a good idea, as it easily resolved the details of the formations that Lu Ping found boring. It didn't take Hu Lili long to notice Lu Ping's actions. Even though Hu Lili was usually a shrewish person, when Lu Ping looked at her like that, she gradually lost her composure. Her voice became softer and softer, and in the end, she threw away the penknife that she was using to inscribe the formations and said with a red face, What are you doing? What are you looking at? Lu Ping's evil plan had succeeded, and he said pretentiously, Other than your eyes that are still bright, your face looks a little haggard. Did you not take the divine nourishing pill that I prepared for you earlier? Hearing Lu Ping say that she looked pale, Hu Lili couldn't help but touch her own face and said, I took it. Is it really that bad? Lu Ping nodded solemnly and said, Although you still look radiant, compared to before, it's still a little lacking. If I'm not wrong, many of the divine nourishing pills I left for you have been distributed by you, right? Hu Lili's thoughts were seen through by Lu Ping, and she couldn't help but explain. Isn't it because the medicinal pills you refined are too few? The talisman markings on this treasured ship are truly too complicated. Moreover, Even though we've been ceaselessly repairing these formations and restrictions on the treasured ship during these past few days, it's actually no different to a closed-door cultivation. Everyone's comprehension in formations can be described as advancing by leaps and bounds, so everyone naturally wasn't willing to waste time and poured all their energy into it. Even though it's very tiring, it's truly nothing compared to everyone's gains. For the sake of not affecting everyone's repair of the treasured ship due to the consumption of divine perception, these medicinal pills were naturally distributed. When Lu Ping heard what Hu Lili said, he knew that she probably hadn't rested for a single moment during these 5 years, and his fingers couldn't help but slide on Hu Lili's beautiful face as he couldn't help but feel extremely pitiful in his heart. Hu Lili was greatly embarrassed and annoyed by Lu Ping's intimate actions, and she wanted to stretch out her hand to push his hand away, yet she couldn't bear to part with this moment of tenderness, so she could only blush as her eyes that were like autumn water slanted at Lu Ping while avoiding his gaze. Lu Ping was greatly amused when he saw this, and he seized the opportunity when Hu Lili wasn't paying attention to lightly peck on her face before laughing mischievously as he dodged Hu Lili's slap. "You're courting death." Hu Lili's slap was originally just for show, but a small part of her mind was actually focused on the secret cabin behind Lu Ping. Seeing that no one had seen it, she fiercely glared at Lu Ping before lowering her head with a blush and not saying anything. Lu Ping looked at Hu Lili's exposed snow-white neck that was gradually dyed with a layer of captivating red, and then he took out 2 jade bottles with a grin as he said, "This time I've prepared a new elixir for you, and it's much better than the profound spirit pill from before. Not only can it quickly recover the loss of divine sense, but it's also greatly beneficial for the recovery and growth of divine sense after its damage." Lu Ping's words had indeed distracted Hu Lili, freeing her from her previous embarrassment. She asked curiously, what kind of elixir is this?" Hu Lili saw that Lu Ping's teasing look was about to make a scene, and Lu Ping hurriedly begged for mercy. It's true. This is a divine spirit pill that I had painstakingly begged from Uncle Master Tian Qin. Although it's only a half step to the Dharma stage, its recovery and nurturing of divine sense is many times better than the profound spirit pill from before." Hu Lili snatched the jade bottle from Lu Ping's hand and gave Lu Ping a look that said, "At least you know what's good for you." Only then did she happily place the jade bottle into the crystal storage ring that Lu Ping had specially asked Chen Lian to make for him. For the sake of this crystal ring on Hu Lili's hand, Lu Ping did not hesitate to use a heaven-level spirit item to exchange for a spatial crystal from Tian Xiong Laozu. He also made Chen Lian waste many spiritual materials to make this storage ring the color of a crystal. Using Chen Lian's words at that time, it was, "You have nothing better to do. You wasted so many high-grade spiritual materials just to make this storage ring the color of a crystal." Lu Ping could not be bothered to explain to these people who did not know anything. He took this crystal storage ring that was made to look like the one in his memory and rushed back to Huangli Island excitedly. He gave this ring to Hu Lili, and then solemnly put the ring on Hu Lili's finger, saying, "From today onwards, we are officially path companion." Hu Lili, who was originally very happy because of the beautiful storage ring that Lu Ping had given her, was immediately enraged when she heard Lu Ping's words. "What do you mean by officially? Did you not treat me as your path companion before?" Lu Ping could only cover his head and flee like a rat. Seeing that Hu Lili kept the jade bottle, Lu Ping took out another 2 jade bottles and said, "These 2 bottles contain soul accumulation pills. If there are other array masters who ask for it in the future, you can just take it. That soul formation pill is not easy to make, so you have to keep it for yourself." Hu Lili smiled tenderly and said, "I know, you stingy person. When did our treasure boy become so stingy?" Although Hu Lili teased Lu Ping, her heart was as sweet as honey. Although Lu Ping's pills were divided according to the quality, he kept the good ones for himself and did not forget about others. This allowed Hu Lili to have more leeway among the other array masters. After accompanying Hu Lili in the treasure ship for half a day, Lu Ping finally came out from the sea cliff at the back of Heaven Spirit Mountain. Unexpectedly, just as Lu Ping came out of the forbidden area, before he could reminisce about the warmth he had with Hu Lili, a person who made his good mood go down the drain walked towards him. "Junior brother Lu, I heard sect head Martial Uncle's instructions. What good things do you have to give me?" Enlightened Xian Wei looked at Lu Ping with a face full of smiles, which made Lu Ping feel disgusted. Lu Ping naturally didn't have anything to give him, but Lu Ping understood his sect headmaster's intention. Helplessly, he took out a few jade slips from his storage artifact and threw them to him. Take a look at the contents first. Enlightened Xian Wei didn't know what Lu Ping meant. He took the jade slips and looked at them one by one. However, every time he looked at one, Enlightened Xian Wei's expression didn't get more and more excited, but it got worse and worse. When he finished looking at the last one, Enlightened Xian Wei's face was almost like crying. It can't be. This is the Crystal Palace's secret or seeking secret technique. The Crystal Palace doesn't teach it to outsiders. How could it be in junior brother Lu's hands? It can't be you. Lu Ping's face darkened as he said, you should know the relationship between this. If the slightest news is leaked, you should know the consequences. Enlightened Xian Wei said timidly, I don't want these things, okay? Lu Ping swung his hand and walked into the distance. Don't want. It's too late. Enlightened Xian Wei wanted to chase after him, but he realized that Lu Ping had already walked far away while he was still in a daze. Enlightened Xian Wei felt sorry for himself and could only put his attention back on the few jade slips in his hand. He changed his divine thoughts to look at the contents and said, well, both master and disciple plotted against me together. What is this? I killed a cultivator from the Crystal Palace. Moreover, it's a cultivator who possesses the inheritance of the Crystal Palace's or seeking secret technique. Will the Crystal Palace let it go? It's fine if the master and disciple bear the responsibility for this matter, but how can they drag me into this as well? Chapter 955. Enlightened Master Xian Wei was an out-and-out B*TCH, or perhaps it could be said that he was an anomaly among the third-generation disciples of Zhenling. The barren North Sea had similarly restricted the development of a mind-seeking master like Enlightened Master Xian Wei. Even though Enlightened Master Xian Wei had some innate talent as a mind-seeking master and had some achievements according to the bits and pieces of information regarding mind-seeking masters that were passed down in Zhenling, he proclaimed himself as the number one mind-seeking master in Zhenling. Saying that he was the number one wasn't the slightest bit of exaggeration because he was the only one among the tens of thousands of cultivators in Zhenling who had a special liking for mind-seeking masters. Regardless of whether it was because of this title of number one or because Zhenling didn't have the helplessness of other mind-seeking masters, Enlightened Master Xian Wei's reputation had spread far and wide. He was really sought after by many people and became a delicious cake in the eyes of many cultivators who went out to explore the sea. However, this Daoist profound Wei's understanding of mind-seeking masters was just a smattering of knowledge. Most of the time, he was just an armchair strategist in front of cultivators who knew nothing about mind-seeking masters. He was blowing his trumpet and making the others prostrate themselves before him. However, good times didn't last long. Following the invitation of many cultivators who went out to explore, Enlightened Master Xian Wei made use of this failure to find mind-seeking masters to inevitably have doubts towards his title as a mind-seeking master. However, Enlightened Master Xian Wei naturally couldn't lose his prestige. He immediately retorted that it wasn't because he couldn't find mind-seeking master, but it was because the place that he was invited to didn't have any mind-seeking master at all. Since no one had found a mind-seeking master, there was naturally no evidence to prove that Enlightened Master Xian Wei was a fake, so everyone could only drop the matter. After that, Enlightened Master Xian Wei relied on his half-baked mind-seeking method to point at a few earth veins by chance. Moreover, he really found a mind-seeking master from there. Even though the quality of these mind-seeking masters wasn't considered good and the reserves weren't high, it was enough for Enlightened Master Xian Wei to become complacent and insufferably arrogant. There weren't many cultivators of the same level that could enter his eyes. After all, Daoist Profound Wei's ability was too extreme, and when it came to searching for ore veins, everyone had no choice but to look for this one and only ore seeker. But what was even more excessive was that along with the few successes in mine exploration, this mine seeker's greed grew bigger and bigger. Previously, when he looked for him to explore a mine, he merely asked for some spirit stones as payment. But now, it had already multiplied by countless times. Moreover, once a mine was found, this Daoist profound Wei would no longer ask for spirit stones, but a fixed share of the mine. This caused many cultivators to be extremely furious, yet they could do nothing about it. Not to mention that, it just so happened that this Daoist master profound Micro was a cowardly person, and it was unavoidable for him to encounter various dangers when he went out to search for or veins with other cultivators. However, every time danger arrived, this Daoist master profound Micro would hide at the side and not lend the slightest assistance. Conversely, every time something went wrong, he would be the first to flee. In the end, even though this Daoist master profound Micro obtained the nickname of a coward, his ability to flee was honed to the point of being extremely skilled. Later on, it was Yarrow Yong and Xian Ling who returned from the Heartlands, and they truly couldn't bear to see this Daoist master profound Micro's arrogant expression all day long. Moreover, the two of them had been in the Heartlands for a long time, and they'd witnessed the methods of those true mind seekers in the Heartlands, and it was completely different from this Daoist master profound Micro. The two of them discussed it in private, so they set up a trap to invite Daoist master profound Micro to explore. The two of them first found a few locations that had confirmed the location of the mine veins, and then they pretended to invite Daoist master profound Micro to explore. Every time Daoist master profound Micro said that there were no mines here because he couldn't find anything, the cultivators would immediately pretend that they'd accidentally found the mine veins. This happened a few times consecutively, and Daoist master profound Micro finally realized that he was fooled by others, but it was already too late. The entire Zhonling already knew that this Daoist master profound Micro was a swindler, and many cultivators who once invited him to explore the veins claimed that they'd teach him a lesson. All of a sudden, Daoist master profound Micro became the target of scorn, and his days these few years were really miserable. These things naturally couldn't be hidden from the few Laozu of his sect. Even though this Daoist master profound Micro's character wasn't good, and his ability to search for mines was also sloppy, but he had a unique skill, and that was to clearly judge the reserves of spirit ores in the known mine veins and the underground direction of the mine veins. Perhaps it was because of this Daoist master profound Micro's greed, every time a spirit vein was discovered, the reserves after excavation and the underground direction of the mine veins were almost the same as Daoist master profound Micro's previous judgment. This was also what made everyone in Zhonling click their tongues in wonder. Even though this Daoist master profound Micro's reputation was unbearable, it wasn't that he didn't have any real ability. What really made Daoist master profound Micro's reputation in this area was when the spirit stone vein was discovered on Frost Island. At that time, because the island was covered by 1,000 years of cold ice, even though they found the source of the spirit stone vein, they were still unable to determine the reserves of the spirit stone vein. At that time, Daoist master profound Micro had already started to consider himself as a mine seeker. Under the situation where there were no tigers in the mountain, Daoist master profound Micro was really forced to do something beyond his capabilities. However, soon after, Daoist master profound Micro's people thought that the spirit stone vein on Frost Island was very likely a large quality mine. In the end, when the news spread, it caused Zhonling to gain the upper hand in the distribution of the spirit stone vein on Frost Island. It also caused Lu Ping and the others to wantonly occupy territories on the island at the expense of clashing with the cultivators of other sects. In the end, even a middle-sized spirit stone vein was discovered and occupied by Lu Ping. Daoist master profound Micro became famous because of this. After that, no matter what kind of mine vein he found, Daoist master profound Micro would be able to accurately estimate the amount of cultivation resources stored in the mine vein. He could also accurately judge the direction of the mine vein according to the source of the mine vein. Even though Daoist master profound Micro's tricks as a mine seeker had been exposed and his days in Zhonling were extremely difficult, no one could deny Daoist master profound Micro's ability. Even though everyone in Zhonling was extremely disgusted with his character, every time they found a mine vein, they had no choice but to find him to evaluate it. This was also why even though Liu Tianling knew enlightened master Xian Wei didn't have a good reputation, he still had no choice but to hand over the inheritance to enlightened master Xian Wei after learning that Lu Ping had obtained the Crystal Palace's Minefinder inheritance. When Lu Ping saw this guy come here to ask for the inheritance of a mine seeker, The first thing that came to his mind was that with this guy's courage, if he knew that the inheritance in his hands was from the hands of the Crystal Palace's Mineseeker, would he be so scared that he would wet his pant? However, this was his teacher's order, and Lu Ping couldn't disobey it. Thus, he could only throw a few jade slips to Daoist Master Profound Micro and leave quickly. Out of sight, out of mind. His teacher must know this guy's personality, so he would definitely be on guard. After Lu Ping left Qianling Mountain, he returned to Huangli Island to wait for news of Wang Qi and the others entering the Seven-Star Grotto Heaven. Also, after Lu Shuheng Laozu's death, Xianling sect tried its best to suppress the news. So far, it had not caused a huge uproar in the North Sea's cultivation world. There were undoubtedly two things that attracted the most attention in the North Sea's cultivation world. One was the opening of the Seven-Star Grotto Heaven. Although the opening of the Seven-Star Grotto Heaven was only a stage for the blood condensation disciples of the various sects, several extremely rare treasures would appear in the Seven-Star Grotto Heaven. This time, a large number of forces outside the North Sea would undoubtedly participate in the Seven-Star Grotto Heaven, which undoubtedly attracted the attention of many cultivators in the North Sea. The second thing was undoubtedly the spirit pill exchange held on the island where the North Sea's alchemy family, the Liao family, was located. The head of the Liao family, Liao Ruanjia, had successfully condensed his Dharma power last year. After the death of the North Sea's Qiao family's Laozu, the Liao family became the 12th small force in the North Sea to have the Dharma power Laozu. According to the North Sea's tradition, every time a cultivator broke through to the Dharma manifestation stage, the force that the cultivator belonged to would hold a grand celebration to show off their strength and build connections. Especially in terms of building connections, the 1,000-year-old alchemy family, the Liao family, undoubtedly had the advantage, especially after Liao Ruanjia broke through to the Dharma manifestation stage. This advantage was even more obvious, and it had the potential to replace the declining North Sea's Qiao family. The Liao family simply turned Liao Ruanjia and Laozu's Dharma manifestation conference into a spirit pill exchange. Not only would this increase the Liao family's influence, but it would also allow the Liao family to obtain a lot of benefits. Just by looking at the various spirit pills the Liao family disciples were selling, one could see how much effort the Liao family had put into this. Of course, the Liao family's spirit pill exchange wasn't something that just anyone could enter. Not only did foreign cultivators need to have an invitation from the Liao family, but in order to better win over the various forces of the North Sea, every invitation they sent out was documented. Even the Liao family disciples knew what kind of spirit pills they traded with the Liao family disciples. Similarly, even if the Liao family disciples wanted to enter the spirit pill exchange, they would need to use their family's identity token and receive special permission from the Liao family elders to enter. Only then would they be able to sell their own pills to the cultivators of the various sects. At this time, a Liao family disciple was taking out various spirit pills from a bag and selling them to the cultivators of the various sects. At this time, a cultivator from the Blue Sea sect walked by. The Liao family disciple's eyes lit up. He recognized this cultivator. He was a disciple of Wang Shiqing Laozu, who had been sent by the Blue Sea sect to participate in the Dharma Manifestation Conference. This person was standing beside Wang Shiqing Laozu. There were only 2 Dharma Manifestations cultivators among the various sects participating in the Dharma Manifestation Conference. One was Laozu from a small sect in the North Sea that was on good terms with the Liao family, and the other was Wang Shiqing Laozu from the Blue Sea sect. As the only 2 Dharma Manifestations cultivators from other sects participating in the Dharma Manifestation Conference, the Liao family was naturally very honored. As a disciple of Wang Shiqing Laozu, he naturally received extra care from the Liao family. Senior Shu Xiu, I am Liao Shengchun, a disciple of the Liao family. This is the 7 vitality pill that I have refined. Do you like it? When the Blue Sea sect disciple, Shu Xiu, heard that the name of the pill that the Liao family disciple had refined actually had the word Xiu in it, he immediately stopped in his tracks. He raised his head and looked at the Liao family disciple. He said, I don't think this pill is very good. Do you have anything else? The Liao family elders had long ordered that they must take special care of the Blue Sea sect cultivators. Liao Shengchun naturally remembered this. Hearing this, he hurriedly carried his bag to a place where there was no one around and opened it up. He said, "All the pills that I have refined are here. Senior, please take a look. If there is anything that you like, please let me know. The elders have ordered that we must satisfy the Blue Sea sect elders. You're quite interesting, Junior. Others use their storage celestial devices to store these bottles and jars, but you use such a big package. Do you think you're setting up a stall in the market?" Many cultivators in the distance heard this and looked over. When they saw the bottles and jars that Liao Shengchun placed on the ground, they revealed a trace of disdain. It seemed that this Liao Shengchun was a failure in the Liao family. A dignified blood condensation realm alchemist didn't even have a storage bag. Liao Shengchun's face turned red and he embarrassedly laughed. This Xu Xiu was just casually talking. Out of politeness, he flipped through the bag and looked at the bag a few more times. He said, "Although the rank of the pills is a bit low, the quality is not bad. It seems that you are very talented in alchemy. How about this? How many spirit stones do you have? I want all of them." "Really?" Liao Shengchun was overjoyed. He quickly took out the jade bottles and wanted to give them to Xu Xiu. However, there were too many jade bottles in the bag. He couldn't take them all in a short time. Xu Xiu looked around and realized that no one was paying attention to them. Thus, he said impatiently, all right. Just wrap these up as before. Don't tell me you can't bear to part with this lousy bag of yours." "I'm willing to part with them." Liao Shengchun hurriedly wrapped these bottles and cans in a package and handed it to Xu Xiu. However, after Xu Xiu took the package, he put it into the storage artifact he carried on his body, threw a bag of spirit stones to him, and then turned and hurried away. Liao Shengchun looked at Xu Xiu's back as he walked away. Then, he let out a sigh of relief as if he had completed a mission. He pulled out a piece of cloth from his clothes, and a parcel that was exactly the same as the one from before appeared in his hand. Then, he grabbed the parcel and leisurely returned to the crowd of the trading meet. Then, he walked out of the venue. A Liao family cultivator saw the empty bag in Liao Shengchun's hand and smiled. "Hey, brother Shengchun, you're in luck. You sold all the pills." Liao Shengchun immediately smiled and said, "Oh, it's brother Shanghai. My luck is good today. A senior has taken a fancy to all the pills." Then, Liao Shengchun shook the bag in his hand proudly. 3 days later, Kanghai sect and Xianling sect suddenly fought in the Northwest Sea. The Kanghai sect cultivators who were secretly heading to the Northwest Sea to excavate the spiritual material vein were ambushed by Xianling sect cultivators who were lying in ambush nearby. By the time Laozu and Laozu of the two sects realized something was wrong and showed up, the Kanghai sect cultivators had suffered heavy casualties while Xianling sect cultivators had also suffered heavy losses. Enlightened Master Xu Xiu, who led the Kanghai sect cultivators to excavate the spiritual material vein, died on the spot. After an urgent discussion between the two sides, Wang Shiqing, Laozu, and Feng Shutao of Xianling sect came to Liao family island angrily. When the three sides confronted each other, the rapping became the key. However, that Liao clan's little cultivator, Liao Shengchun, admitted to selling the medicinal pill to Xu Xiu, but denied selling the medicinal pill along with the rapping to Xu Xiu. Xu Xiu was dead, so there was no evidence. Many Liao family disciples and cultivators who participated in the elixir gathering saw the empty bag that Liao Shengchun shook out. The situation was not in Kanghai sect's favor. By now, LV Shuheng's death was known to the world. Especially after learning that the Crystal Palace was also involved, Wang Shiqing was even more terrified. In a fit of rage, Wang Shiqing took the risk and suddenly grabbed Liao family's minor repairs, slapped him on the head, and was about to use the soul-searching technique. The entire Liao family was furious, but they saw that Liao Shengchun couldn't resist the pain of soul-searching, and suddenly died while foaming at the mouth. However, Wang Shiqing didn't pay attention to why Liao Shengchun was so weak, because from this short period of soul-searching, he obtained a piece of news that made him very happy. Chapter 956. Wang Shiqing, your Kanghai sect has gone too far. Although the Kanghai sect was one of the three major sects of the North Sea, and its strength was many times stronger than the Liao family, Liao Ruinjia could no longer hold back when Wang Shiqing humiliated a Liao family cultivator in front of him. He reached out and tried to snatch Liao Shengquan's body from Wang Shiqing's hands. Although Wang Shiqing was holding Liao Shengquan's body, he had been in the Dharma phase for many years. How could Liao Ruinjia, who had used tricks to condense his Dharma power, compare to him? With just a gentle press, Wang Shiqing had neutralized Liao Ruinjia's attack. He sneered, "Liao family head, are you trying to silence me and destroy the evidence?" Liao Ruinjia knew that he was no match for Wang Shiqing. Snatching Liao Shengquan's body from Wang Shiqing's hands was simply wishful thinking. When he heard Wang Shiqing's words, he said angrily, "My Liao family disciple has already died in your hands. The old man just didn't want you to humiliate his body." Wang Shiqing smiled coldly and stretched out his hand. Liao Shengquan's head exploded amidst the screams and curses of the Liao family members. Then, a green light condensed in Wang Shiqing's hand, and a blurry image began to appear in the air. Many of the Liao clan's hot-blooded cultivators could no longer restrain their anger and jumped out to fight Wang Shiqing. However, they were all stopped in midair by Liao Ruinjia and thrown back behind him. Family head, are you going to let the Kanghai sect bully you like this? Family head, why don't we invite? Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? An agitated late core forging cultivator had just opened his mouth when Liao Ruinjia and the Liao family elders angrily rebuked him. Wang Shiqing chuckled and said, "Who do you want to invite? An expert from the Middle Earth?" As soon as Wang Shiqing finished speaking, Feng Shutao's expression froze. He saw the blurry image from the green light in Wang Shiqing's hand gradually become clearer. It was in a guest room, with a man in brown sitting at the head of the table, while Liao Ruinjia was seated below. The brown-robed man looked at Liao Ruinjia and said, "Brother Ruinjia, it seems that your Dharma realm cultivation has been consolidated well. I heard that there is a big celebration for a cultivator in the North Sea who has broken through to the Dharma realm. Let me congratulate you first." Liao Ruinjia was obviously very respectful towards the man in brown. Upon hearing this, he quickly said, "Brother Ruinjia, you are too kind. The North Sea is a poor place, and it is already a big deal for a Dharma adept to appear. Compared to the main family, Ruinjia's cultivation level is nothing. If Brother Ruinjia had not helped on behalf of the main family this time, the old man would not have been able to form a Dharma power." The brown-robed man nodded, as if satisfied that Liao Ruinjia knew how to appreciate his family. He continued, "I heard that a core forging assassin has appeared in the North Sea recently. He actually caused the entire Xianling sect to panic, and even the Dharma adepts could not do anything to him. Is this true?" Liao Ruinjia nodded and smiled. "That is correct. This person is the abandoned disciple of Zhenling, Yin Shenchu. He is the offspring of a human and a demon. His parents were killed by Xianling sect's Dao Shi. This time, he returned to the North Sea to seek revenge. However, it seems that he has taken out his anger on the entire Xianling sect." The man in brown, Liao Runjian, snorted coldly and said, "Zhenling does not know how to cherish such a disciple. It seems that the number one sect in the North Sea is only SOSO. Liao Ruinjia said, "Zhenling has been on the rise all these years, but Xianling sect has not been having a good time. All these years, it seems that they have been receiving help from the Crystal Palace, and the Crystal Palace has also taken this opportunity to carry out their activities in the North Sea." The man in brown laughed coldly and said, "This Xianling sect is just a lackey of the Crystal Palace. Years ago, the Crystal Palace sent Peng Shiyuan to infiltrate our family and steal several important items, especially a map that is related to the fallen heavens wall. It was a treasure that the ancestors of our family exchanged for by sacrificing their lives. Before Peng Shiyuan left, he even poisoned the elixirs in our family's storage, causing the family to lose more than 10 alchemists. After that, Peng Shiyuan was chased by our family and fled to the North Sea to seek shelter from Xianling sect. These two sects are in cahoots with each other. It's best that they are dead. If the old man has the chance, he must kill a few of them to comfort the souls of our family's alchemists in heaven." The scene ended here. obviously because of Liao Shengquan's sudden death. However, this was enough in Wang Shiqing's eyes. Wang Shiqing laughed coldly, but a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He said, I didn't expect the Liao family to be a branch of the Lu family, the #1 alchemist family in Middle Mainland. I didn't expect your family to have a feud with the Crystal Palace and Xianling sect for a long time. You killed fellow Daoist Lu Shuheng and the Crystal Palace cultivators, and then you put the blame on our sect. What a good plan. At this moment, Liao Ruanjia was so angry that he couldn't speak. At this moment, he remembered that Liao Shengquan came from a poor family, so he became a disciple in the family. He didn't know when Liao Shengquan saw the scene of him meeting with the cultivators of the Central Plains. Hearing that Wang Shiqing was determined to put the blame on the Liao family for killing LV Shuheng and the Crystal Palace cultivators, Liao Ruanjia didn't dare to accept this. He said anxiously, Nonsense. How can the Liao family kill LV Shuheng? At this moment, Feng Shutao suddenly said, Of course you are no match for junior brother LV, but it's hard to say for the Lu family behind you. At this moment, Liao Ruanjia had calmed down. He gradually realized that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was. When he heard Feng Shutao's words, he immediately said, Even so, it's just your speculation. How can you be sure that the people were killed by the Liao family? Are you going to rely on a few complaints? Complaints are the truth. Regardless of whether the Qunan Zhenren was killed by the Liao family should be punished for their evil intentions. The aura of a Dharma adept suddenly exploded from the body of a late core forging adept beside Feng Shutao. The power of this aura was so strong that even Feng Shutao, who was standing beside him, could not help but frown as he moved 2 steps to the side. Wang Shiqing and Liao Ruanjia, on the other hand, were shocked. This adept who had suddenly released his level of practice was only an early Dharma adept who was at the same level of practice as them, but the aura was so strong that it was beyond compare. Previously, neither of them had noticed that there was a Dharma adept hiding next to Feng Shutao. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to have only cultivated for a short period of time. Since when did Xianling sect have such a young talent besides Ouyang Weijian? Your water crystal palace has always been this domineering. Could it be that my Lu family is really afraid of you? Just as the young adept finished speaking, another Dharma adept's aura rose from the Liao family's island. This aura was even more experienced than the young man's. It was a mid-Dharma adept. The brown-robed adept, Lu Runjian, whom everyone had seen in Wang Shiqing's soul-searching mirror image, descended from the sky and landed next to Liao Ruanjia. The aura around him was turbulent, and he was facing off against the early Dharma adept from the Crystal Palace. The Crystal Palace adept laughed coldly and said, Indeed, there is a hidden force. I originally thought that the Liao family was not strong enough to kill Uncle LV Shuheng. I did not expect that they would have a mid-Dharma adept as their backup. This means that the deaths of Uncle LV Shuheng and our sect's Qunan Zhenren are undeniable. Uncle Feng, let's go. Feng Shutao did not say a word and turned to follow the Crystal Palace adept. Seeing this, Wang Shiqing knew that there was no point in staying. However, the fact that the Liao family had hidden such a strong backup from the Lu family would definitely affect the situation in the North Sea. He had to rush back to the sect as soon as possible to report to the Dharma adepts in the sect. Lu Runjian saw that the 2 sides had retreated. Xianling sect and the Crystal Palace might not come looking for him for a while, but the hatred between the 2 sides would be difficult to resolve in the future. Thus, he said, whether you believe it or not, the Lu family is definitely not the culprit who killed LV Shuheng and the Crystal Palace adept. What happened on the Liao family's island quickly spread throughout the North Sea practice world. No one would have thought that the death of LV Shuheng and the Crystal Palace adept would lead to a direct confrontation between the Crystal Palace and the top alchemy family of Central Plains in this small North Sea. The death of LV Shuheng had shaken the entire North Sea practice world, and the emergence of the big forces of East Sea and Central Plains made the situation of the entire North Sea practice world even more confusing. Many practitioners in the North Sea wondered if there were more hidden forces from the outside world in the North Sea practice world, just like the Liao family of the North Sea. It was already 3 days later that Lu Ping received the news of the Liao family's island. After receiving the news, Lu Ping's heart was heavy. This was obviously a series of traps set by Master to get rid of the suspicion of himself and his sect. Liao Shengchun and even Wang Shiqing's attendant disciple, Xu Xiu, might be the secret agents that Zhenling had carefully placed in these two sects. These two agents could be said to have sacrificed their lives to make up for their mistakes. Lu Ping walked to the top of Tianling Mountain and looked at the inconspicuous entrance in the distance. This was the entrance to Zhenling's first legacy's grotto, the True Spirit Grotto. He did not know why Master Tianxiang had called him here. Lu Ping walked to the entrance of the True Spirit Grotto and hesitated for a moment. Just as he was about to enter, his expression changed. He turned around and said respectfully, "Greetings, Master Tianxiang." Tianxiang Laozu's appearance was still as silent as before. He looked at Lu Ping and said with a smile, "According to the rules of our sect, practitioners who have advanced to the Dharma stage are qualified to enter Zhenling's grotto and choose a treasure left behind by the previous Zhenling Laozu when he passed away. Now that you have the right, come and have a look at the True Spirit Grotto." Lu Ping's body trembled. He knew that the secret of his advancement to the Dharma stage could be hidden from practitioners below the mid-Dharma stage, but it could not be hidden from the great Dharma adepts. Thus, he said embarrassedly, "I just don't want to attract so much attention." Tianxiang Laozu also smiled and said, "That's right, at this time, the old man and your master also don't want you to be too much attention." Chapter 957. True Spirit Wonderland was the oldest and most important inheritance of Zhenling. Zhenling didn't have enough resources to form a huge inheritance like the Ying Tian sect, so most of Zhenling's important inheritance was concentrated in True Spirit Wonderland. Jade Cave Wonderland was different from Jade Cave Wonderland. Most of the inheritance in Jade Cave Wonderland was left behind by Zhenling's core forging cultivators. Zhenling's Dharma Laozu would choose to return to after their lifespans were exhausted. Therefore, True Spirit Wonderland was not only the inheritance of Zhenling, but also the burial place of Zhenling's Dharma Laozu. Outside True Spirit Wonderland, Liu Tianling rushed over after seeing Lu Ping enter Winter. "Uncle, did he go in?" Tian Xiong nodded and said, "He went in. Let's stay quiet for a while. Have you rearranged the spies in Kang Hai Sect and Liao Family Island?" Tian Ling sighed and said, "I'm already making arrangements. However, I don't know how long it will take for me to become the Patriarch's guest hall sweeper and a Dharma idol attendant again." Tian Xiong's countenance didn't change as he replied, "For a sect to rise up, there would naturally be sacrifices. Which sect didn't have a path of bloodshed? It's just that some of them were in the light, while others were in the dark. Even if those in the light died in battle, their names would be passed down through the generations. But for those in the dark, even if they accomplished great merits, they could only remain nameless. In fact, even if they died, they could only become a wandering ghost, with no true identity." Tian Xiong paused and seemed to feel that this topic was too heavy, so he said, "The Dark Hall has always been under the control of Xian Yin. Now that you are the head of the sect, it's unclear who is right and who is wrong. It's just that there is no other suitable person in the sect. Tian Feng is too wild, Tian Lin is too lazy, Tian Qin is too arrogant, Tian Tianshan is too righteous, Tian Cheng is too rough, Tian Shu is originally suitable, but he has great ambition but little talent." Tian Ling pondered for a moment and said, "Martial uncle, perhaps you should consider the third-generation disciples. Nowadays, many of the third-generation disciples are gradually growing up. There are nearly 20 of them who have advanced to the late stage of the core forging realm. They should be given more responsibilities." Tian Xiong's eyes brightened. "Oh, you have a suitable candidate in mind?" Tian Ling hesitated for a moment before saying, "Currently, among the third-generation disciples of our sect, other than Lu Ping, only brother Xian Yin's disciple, Yin Shenchu, has advanced to the 9th stage of core forging. His level of practice is sufficient, and he has also gone through many battles, so his level of killing is sufficient as well. He has been on the run for many years in the North Sea, and even Dharma adepts are unable to catch him. His intelligence is sufficient as well. Celestial phenomenon Laozu stretched out his hand to stop celestial phenomenon Laozu from speaking. Can he return now? The heavenly spirit was somewhat unwilling as she said, but this child still has to come back in the end. Junior brother Xian Yin's lineage can't be severed from the sect just like that. Celestial phenomenon Laozu did not dwell on this issue any longer. Instead, he changed the topic and asked, what about the mixed mineral veins in the northwest? Xianling sect and Kanghai sect are still quarreling. There have been several conflicts between the disciples of both sects, but the high-level practitioners have a tacit understanding and have not taken any action. There are no major casualties on either side. I think both sides are restraining themselves. Celestial phenomenon nodded and said, looks like it's time for our sect to take action. It took so much effort to muddy the waters, how can we let them clear it up so quickly? It is said that the mixed mineral veins contain several types of extremely rare spiritual materials, which are urgently needed for the repair of the treasure ship. Immediately unite with the other sects to pressure the two sects to share the profits. I think the other sects can't wait any longer. This is also a way to alleviate our current situation of being isolated. Tianling Laozu nodded, but still said, won't this make the two sects feel that this was originally a trap of our sect, and now we have finally jumped out? Celestial phenomenon shook his head and said, whether we jump out or not will be suspected, but it is normal for us to jump out. If we don't jump out to fight for it, they will be able to confirm it. A few days later, Zhenling joined forces with the Hai Yang sect, Shui Yang Pavilion, and a few other sects to the Northwest Sea. They requested the Kanghai sect and Xianling sect to open up the mining of the mixed mineral veins and share the profits. After a series of secret games, Xianling sect, due to the death of Lu Shuheng Laozu and the support of the Crystal Palace, finally obtained a 20% share of the entire spiritual veins. Zhenling and the Kanghai sect obtained a total of 30%, the other 6 sects divided the remaining 30%, and the remaining 20% was obtained by the 12 small sects who rushed over after hearing the news. This time, it seemed that Xianling sect was the final winner, but Xianling sect did not feel happy at all. Originally, the entire spiritual veins belonged to Xianling sect, but now, not only did they lose a Dharma adept, they only obtained a fifth of the spiritual veins. At least from Xianling sect's point of view, they were the ones who suffered the greatest loss this time. After Zhenling joined forces with the other sects, the relationship between them and each other had eased. This was especially so during the crucial moment when the Crystal Palace adept Song Shuwei suddenly appeared to support Xianling sect. This caused the sects in the North Sea to be on high alert. This alertness undoubtedly made the sects worry that Zhenling would become the next Fei Ling sect, and they were also worried that the Crystal Palace would fully intervene in the North Sea dispute. Compared to the potential threat of Zhenling's rise, the Crystal Palace was the real threat that they had to face first. In the True Spirit Grotto Heaven, Lu Ping walked casually. From time to time, he could see tombstones hidden in a patch of green. On the tombstones, Laozu's name and life story were engraved. Every time Lu Ping came across a tombstone, he would stop and read the detailed information about Laozu. This information often recorded the changes in the North Sea's cultivation world over the past tens of thousands of years. If he could read all the tombstones of the Dharma adepts in the True Spirit Grotto Heaven, it would be a very detailed history of the North Sea's cultivation world. Along the way, Lu Ping saw many treasures, including some that tempted Laozu. However, Lu Ping could only choose one. Unfortunately, after comparing them, Lu Ping felt that these treasures were not his fortuitous encounters. When celestial phenomenon Laozu entered the True Spirit Grotto Heaven, he had made it clear that the treasures he chose depended on his fortuitous encounters. Even so, Lu Ping at least learned a lot about the secrets of the North Sea's cultivation world over the past tens of thousands of years while he was admiring the engravings on each tombstone. In this True Spirit Grotto Heaven, apart from some inheritance and treasures that were hidden in some mysterious places, in front of every tombstone, there would be one or more treasures that were used by the ancestor when he was still alive. This was also a rule that Zhenling's sect had followed for generations. Before each Laozu passed away, he would bury at least one treasure that he had used when he was alive. This was to leave something useful for the descendants of Zhenling. In the future, when Zhenling encountered danger, These buried treasures might be the key to saving the situation. Although Lu Ping walked along the way, he did not touch any of the treasures placed in front of the tombstone. These things could be said to be the last resort of Zhenling and the last contribution that Laozu left for Zhenling. Although some of the treasures were not precious, they could not be chosen by greed. This was because Lu Ping knew that he would not be able to transform into a spirit like the only great Ginseng Laozu in the history of Zhenling. In the future, he would also have to leave a treasure in front of his tombstone. Putting himself in Lu Ping's shoes, Lu Ping did not want the painstaking efforts that he had left for his descendants to be wasted because of greed. Lu Ping stood in the middle of the cave and slowly closed his eyes. His powerful divine telekinesis swept in all directions like flowing mercury. In Lu Ping's divine telekinesis, almost everything in the cave could be seen. Although the tombstones in the cave looked unusually messy in the beginning, as if they were just places with decent scenery in the cave, in Lu Ping's divine telekinesis, these tombstones that belonged to Laozu, the manifestation of Zhenling, had formed an extremely exquisite formation. Each tombstone was an extremely important node in this formation. In the perception of Lu Ping's divine telekinesis, there was a ball of essence condensed on top of each tombstone. These hundreds of balls of essence were connected according to the formation, causing the entire formation to look like a ferocious beast that was ready to attack. Once the time was right, the formation would be activated, and it would definitely unleash an earth-shattering power. Every ball of essence on the tombstones was condensed from the last essence of Laozu, the manifestation of Dharma, who had passed away in a sitting posture. This ball of essence was preserved through the formation. Once it exploded, the entire cave would definitely collapse. Therefore, this was also prepared as a last resort for Zhenling. Originally, this formation would only be activated when Zhenling encountered the most critical moment. However, just as Lu Ping's divine telekinesis reached its limit, the entire formation suddenly shook, and then immediately returned to normal. The entire formation shook for too short a time, causing Lu Ping to think that his divine telekinesis was momentarily dazed. However, just as Lu Ping was about to retract his divine telekinesis, the entire cave shook again. This time, the shaking was even more intense, but it also allowed Lu Ping to clearly feel that it was not the cave that was shaking. Instead, the entire formation seemed to have been triggered, which was why Lu Ping felt as if the entire world was shaking. However, how could the formation formed by the tombstones be triggered? Lu Ping was already wondering. However, at this moment, the entire formation began to shake for the third time. This time, almost every tombstone was shaking violently. Under Lu Ping's fearful perception, the balls of essence that had condensed above the tombstones were separated from each ball of essence. Then, they followed an invisible line in the sky and condensed above the formation above the formation. More than 100 balls of essence gathered together and exploded with a strong light in the sky above the cave. A vast aura rushed towards Lu Ping. This aura was all too familiar to Lu Ping. After the light in the center of the cave dissipated, a silver-white bead flew directly towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping opened his palm and the silver bead landed in Lu Ping's hand with a gentle aura. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. Could this be the opportunity for him to enter the true spirit cave? Chapter 958. This silver pearl was formed from the last essence left behind by the ancestors of Zhenling and was then condensed by this amazing formation. It was like a treasure that had been refined using special methods, and it contained the pure yang qi that Lu Ping was very familiar with. Although most of the ancestors of Zhenling who were buried in the hundreds of tombstones in this cave were at the early Dharma stage, this did not stop them from using various methods to cultivate and nurture a stream of pure yang qi in order to break through the thunder trial of the mid-Dharma stage. Although this stream of pure yang qi was ultimately unable to help them pass through the thunder trial, they still left this purest stream of pure yang qi behind so that their descendants could benefit from it. Furthermore, not all of these Laozu who had passed away were early Dharma adepts. Although there were very few mid-Dharma adepts and even late Dharma adepts, the pure yang qi within the essence left behind by these Laozu who had gone through the thunder trial was far beyond that of early Dharma adepts. Although this pure yang qi was extremely small and weak, and could not even compare to the pure yang qi that Lu Ping had cultivated and absorbed multiple times when he was still at the core forging stage, when all this pure yang qi was gathered together, the pure yang qi within the pure yang pearl made Lu Ping's heart skip a beat. Just as the formation formed by the hundreds of tombstones in the True Spirit Cave was activated by Lu Ping's divine will, on the top of Qianling Mountain, as the true guardian of the True Spirit Cave, celestial phenomenon Laozu, suddenly woke up. The 100 ancestors cry. He had actually touched the spirits of the ancestors of Zhenling. What a great blessing! The only question was what kind of treasure this kid would obtain from it. Just as Lu Ping was wondering what to do with the pure yang pearl, a small hand suddenly reached out from Lu Ping's back and grabbed the pure yang pearl in Lu Ping's palm. Lu Ping turned around and saw Linglong's big watery eyes staring at Lu Ping's palm. Her chubby little mouth was biting the fingers of her other hand, and her delicious saliva was still flowing down. Her other hand was timidly trying to grab the pure yang pearl in Lu Ping's palm. Just as Linglong's little hand was about to grab the pure yang pearl, he heard Linglong suddenly cry out in pain, "Ouch!" A majestic rock descended from the sky. Its 2 claws grabbed onto Linglong's 2 pigtails and pulled it back with all its might. It almost pulled Linglong on her butt. "Stinky bird, you actually dared to take advantage of me when I was unprepared." Linglong opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of saliva. The sky full of spiritual rain drenched the rock. The rock flapped its wings and was about to dive down towards the pure yang pearl in Lu Ping's hand. However, the sky full of spiritual rain made the rock's wings heavy. It wanted to shake off the raindrops on its body, but it couldn't do so. This dive did not land on Lu Ping's palm and instead smashed into the ground, making it look extremely miserable and wailing. Lu Ping looked at Linglong's saliva dripping down and now such a big mouthful of spiritual rain. His heart felt like it was cutting a piece of meat. It was extremely regretful. These were all top-notch treasures. Whether it was the saliva or the spiritual rain, Linglong had swallowed countless spiritual liquids and spiritual wines that Lu Ping had concocted for her over the years, and had been nurtured in the spiritual veins several times. Not to mention the tears in her mouth, even if Linglong peed, it would be an extremely impressive spiritual material in the eyes of many alchemists in the cultivation world. Naturally, Lu Ping would not use these spiritual materials like saliva, but if these things did not overflow from Linglong's body and were nurtured in large spiritual veins or even giant spiritual veins for several years, then it might be a drop or several drops of spiritual materials above the middle grade of heaven stage or above. Lu Ping was about to open his mouth to reprimand these 2 lawless guys, but suddenly a flash of lightning flashed in front of his eyes. Lu Ping turned around and saw that the 7 treasures thunder calabash was like a thievish thief. Taking advantage of the time when Linglong and the Golden Rock were fighting each other, it rushed towards the pure yang pearl. Among all of Lu Ping's magic treasures, although the 7 treasures thunder calabash was not the highest quality, it was unintentionally the most mischievous and the most cunning. Although the 7 treasures thunder calabash had not yet condensed the 7th spirit cultivation treasure restriction, its spirituality was almost only below that of Linglong's wine cauldron and the cloud sail among all of Lu Ping's magic treasures. However, although the 7 treasures thunder calabash was cunning, it did not mean that it always succeeded. Puff! The 7 treasures thunder calabash was knocked back, and a layer of black water hung down, blocking the pure yang pearl behind it. A small flag fluttered in the wind, making a fluttering sound. Clang! The 7 treasures thunder calabash was like a frightened rabbit, and all of a sudden, it scurried back. The black profound flag swayed a bit, and gradually withdrew the black light curtain. In front of the pure yang pearl, the thin water flowing sword harmony slashed horizontally. In terms of who was the fiercest, it was still this pair of flying swords. However, this pair of flying swords was not the final victor. A silver light covered the flying swords, and although the 2 flying swords struggled to break free, they were firmly fixed in midair. A white jade lotus diagram slowly bloomed, and the 12 Genshen pearls completely absorbed the pure yang pearl into the Genshen Great Array according to the position of the diagram. But in terms of who was the most powerful, it was still this group of people fighting. Even Linglong and the Golden Rock were blocked outside by them, unable to advance an inch. Lu Ping, who was watching the battle of the magic weapons with interest, finally satisfied his curiosity. He reached out and patted his chest, and a bluish-purple cloud rose from behind Lu Ping. The dragon law idol shuttled back and forth in the cloud, and from time to time revealed scales and claws, giving the feeling of a divine dragon showing its head but not its tail. However, this was already enough. The moment the dragon law idol appeared, Linglong grabbed the wine cauldron and put herself in it from top to bottom. The golden rock turned into a multicolored auspicious cloud, as if to flatter the dragon law idol, making the dragon law idol look even more sacred. If the artifact spirit of this thunder tribulation spirit treasure was already like this, then the other mystic treasures were even more so. The 7 treasures thunder calabash flashed with lightning and was about to flee. But from the cloud where the Dharma dragon was, an even more powerful lightning struck down from the sky. The 7 treasures thunder calabash trembled for a moment before it staggered and flew into the purplish-blue cloud. Lu Ping couldn't help but feel a sense of heroism from the calabash, which made him laugh. Just as the 7 treasures thunder calabash flew to the edge of the cloud and seemed to be hesitating whether to enter or not, a golden dragon claw stretched out from the cloud and grabbed the 7 treasures thunder calabash. Immediately after, the entire cloud and mist flashed with various colors of lightning, and a joyful dragon roar came from the cloud and mist. This was clearly not the first time this kind of game had happened, and Lu Ping had long since become accustomed to it. When he looked again, the thin water-flowing sword had already hidden to the side, and the water control flag's pole was inserted into the ground. The Life Genchen formation had also released the seal on the pure young pearl. From afar, it looked like the dragon law idol wanted to use the pure young pearl to protect it. The dragon claw flicked out again, and the 7 treasures thunder calabash was thrown out. Then, the cloud and mist rolled, and a huge dragon head emerged from within. It looked at the pure young pearl, and then it opened its mouth and sucked. The pearl slowly rose into the air and flew towards the dragon law idol's mouth. However, just as the pure young pearl was about to fall into the dragon law idol's mouth, at this moment, the pure young pearl seemed to realize that something was wrong. The pearl moved, and the direction of the dragon law idol's mouth was suddenly deviated, and it went around the side of the dragon law idol's mouth. The dragon law idol turned around and pounced towards the pure young pearl, and its golden body suddenly lit up more than half of the cloud and mist. However, this pearl seemed to have a high spirituality. It had just been formed by the formation, and its spirituality was still in a state of confusion. Now that it was about to be swallowed by the dragon law idol, its spirituality was immediately stimulated, and it began to flee in all directions. This pearl had a great attraction to the dragon law idol, and it was precisely because of this that Lu Ping summoned the dragon law idol from the heart space. The Dharma form of dragon had also instinctively realized this. Even without Lu Ping's deliberate command, it had already chased after the bead from head to tail. The cloud and mist around it kept the dragon law idol hidden within, making it impossible for the pure young pearl to know where the dragon law idol would pounce from. Even so, the pure young pearl continued to circle around the avatar dragon with its agility. Lu Ping, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. Wasn't this a typical trick of a dragon playing with a pearl? But no matter how he looked at it, it looked more like a pearl playing with a dragon. The dragon law idol and the pure young pearl were having fun chasing each other in mid-air. Suddenly, Lu Ping felt his clothes being tugged by someone. When Lu Ping looked down, he just happened to see Linglong's pitiful little face. "Master, Linglong wants that pearl. As long as it's 1/3, no, half of it, Linglong is confident that she can survive the second lightning tribulation and become a second tribulation spiritual treasure." As soon as Linglong's voice fell, the magic cloud that had been thrown off by the dragon law idol turned back into a golden rock. It flapped its wings and landed on Lu Ping's shoulder, saying, "Master, the golden rock doesn't need half, just 1/3 will be enough to survive the lightning tribulation. The rest can be used by Master." When Linglong heard this, she immediately became angry and said, "Stupid bird, you are talking nonsense. Your aptitude is not as good as mine. You think you can survive the second lightning tribulation with just 1/3 of the pearl's pure yang qi? When the time comes, it's a small matter if you are struck to death by lightning, but it will be a pity to lose Master's pure yang qi. When the golden rock heard this, all the feathers on its body stood up. It said, I am a great rock spiritual treasure, how can I not be as good as the pure yang qi that Master obtained by chance? When the two spiritual treasures quarreled, the other magic treasures that were originally ready to move could not speak. However, Lu Ping could also feel the spiritual nature of these magic treasures expressing their desire for pure yang qi. In particular, the 13 magic treasures gave Lu Ping a clearer feeling. Just when Lu Ping did not know how to deal with it, his body shook. When he looked up, he saw that the pure yang pearl had finally been pressed under the claw of the dragon law idol. It then opened its mouth and with a gulp, swallowed the whole pure yang pearl. Linglong and the golden rock suddenly went crazy. The other magic treasures seemed to be venting their dissatisfaction. The flying swords hummed, the formation map trembled, and the black flag made a sound. Only the 7 treasures Thunder Calabash, which was originally the most active, was suspended in the air like a good baby. After the Fa Xiong swallowed the pure yang pearl, it looked at the mystic treasures on the ground proudly and roared at them. Then, Lu Ping's ears became quiet again. Chapter 959. Ever since the Great War of Frost Island and the Great War of the Deep Sea Demon region, although Mo Luo had not completely disappeared from the North Sea, his momentum was much smaller than the previous great calamities. Many cultivators thought that this time, Mara's catastrophe might be because the North Sea was lucky not to have to deal with many Mara. After the 2 large-scale annihilation battles between humans and demons, Mara's momentum was naturally greatly reduced, and he was not too dangerous. This was also the first time that God had shown favor to the barren North Sea. Some cultivators thought that this was just a prelude to another large-scale outbreak of Mara's catastrophe, and that the previous small victory was nothing. Although there were all kinds of speculations, there was no doubt that the traces of Mara's large-scale appearance in the North Sea had indeed become very few. However, Mo Luo's disappearance did not cause the entire North Sea to calm down. Instead, it became even more torturous. Humans and demons were fighting, and the giant whale demon clan and the primordial giant crocodile clan were also fighting within the demon clan. Among the humans, the 9 major sects were fighting like wildfire. Even forces from the East Sea and the Middle Earth joined in one after another. Since the battle of Zhenling's water sword fairy, perfected Lu Shenping, on Frost Island 10 years ago, there had been very little news of him in the North Sea cultivation world. However, 5 years ago, someone had seen perfected Lu Shenping on Tianling Mountain, but since then, perfected Lu Shenping had disappeared again. It had been 10 years since then. There had long been rumors in the North Sea cultivation world that perfected Lu had gone into seclusion to break through to the Dharma phase as soon as possible, but most North Sea cultivators did not believe this rumor. This was because there were too many difficulties and obstacles during the breakthrough from the peak of the core forging realm to the Dharma phase. Regardless of how long it had been since perfected Lu Shenping had broken through the peak of the core forging realm, it seemed to be no more than 30 or 40 years. It was not easy to accumulate enough foundation to help him break through to the Dharma phase in such a short period of time. Furthermore, even if perfected Lu Zhenren really had accumulated enough foundation in his cultivation, how could he not condense his own special ability when he advanced to the Dharma manifestation stage with his strength that was unparalleled among the cultivators of his generation? If one wanted to inscribe inscriptions on their Dharma idol and condense the divine ability seed, one had to first condense the divine ability talisman in the core space when one was at the peak of the core forging stage. This was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Furthermore, with perfected Lu Xuanping's temperament, it was likely that even one natal divine ability would not be enough to satisfy him. In order to condense at least 2 natal divine abilities, how many divine ability talismans would perfected Lu Shenping need to condense in the core space? Not only that, but perfected Lu Shenping, in short, many people came up with many reasons to explain that perfected Lu Shenping, who was Zhenling, was far from reaching the Dharma stage. In the past 10 years, apart from the mixed mineral vein incident in the Northwest Sea, the first thing that attracted attention was the reopening of the 7-star Grotto Heaven after just over 100 years. The reason why the Grotto Heaven opened this time was not because it opened again in a short period of time, But because the cultivators who entered the Grotto Heaven were not only from the North Sea. There were disciples from various sects in the Middle Mainland and the East Sea. Even after the Grotto Heaven closed, some people saw cultivators from the South Sea. And this time, the discovery and harvest of the cultivators from the various sects in the seven-star Grotto Heaven also amazed the major forces. Who said that the North Sea was barren? Just the treasures in the seven-star Grotto Heaven were enough to make the cultivators of the major forces salivate. First, the cultivators from the Lu family, the #1 alchemy family in the Middle Mainland, and the disciples of the North Sea's Liao family worked together to destroy the famous dangerous Golden Canyon in the seven-star Grotto Heaven. They found a large number of spirit herbs, poisonous herbs, and various poisonous creatures in the canyon. Many of them were even extinct or about to be extinct in the cultivation world, so their value was naturally very high. And in the center of the Golden Canyon, they even found traces of the meteorite original liquid and the wonder nectar. Unfortunately, it seemed that someone else had beaten them to it. This made the cultivators from the Lu family very angry. Next, the cultivators from the Heavenly Moon sect. They somehow found out about the existence of the purple crystal wasps in the Sea of Flowers in the seven-star Grotto Heaven. However, the Sea of Flowers was not like the Golden Canyon. If one wanted to enter the Sea of Flowers to obtain the purple crystal honey, purple crystal wasp's eggs, and even the purple crystal wasp's king, they would have to face thousands of purple crystal wasps in the Sea of Flowers. And this was not good news for the cultivators in the seven-star Grotto Heaven, whose cultivation could only reach the peak of the blood condensation realm at most. Just when the cultivators from the Heavenly Moon sect paid a huge price and braved the attacks of countless purple crystal wasps to break through a few hives, they found that the purple crystal wasps in the hives seemed to have sensed it. Not only did they remove all the wasps' eggs, but there were also only a few drops of purple crystal royal jelly left. Only a large amount of purple crystal honey seemed to have not been processed in time. Even so, this kind of harvest was extremely precious to the cultivators from the Heavenly Moon sect, especially the half bottle of purple crystal royal jelly that had been carefully collected in these hives. This made the cultivators from the Heavenly Moon sect even more excited. Then, the news that Xianling sect and the Crystal Palace had teamed up to find a medium-sized spirit stone mine in an extremely dangerous place spread like wildfire in the seven-star Grotto Heaven. Cultivators from all over the Grotto Heaven swarmed over. Xianling sect and the Crystal Palace fought fiercely with the cultivators from the other sects. In the end, because they were outnumbered, they had no choice but to compromise. The cultivators from the other sects all dug holes in the mine, riddling the entire mine with holes. No one knew if the mine could be restored the next time the Grotto Heaven opened. Although Xianling sect and the Crystal Palace could not stop the cultivators from destroying the mine, they could only firmly occupy the best mining spots and compete with the other sects in digging faster. Naturally, these two sects benefited the most. Unfortunately, the cultivation of the cultivators in the Grotto Heaven was restricted. Otherwise, they only needed to inform the sect's Dharma idol, Laozu, to bring a Grotto Heaven magic treasure, and they could move the entire spirit stone mine into the Grotto Heaven and bring it back to the sect. There were quite a few dangerous places in the seven-star Grotto Heaven. In these dangerous places, many cultivators had died. There were even some core forging cultivators who had sealed their cultivation. As for how many dangerous places there were in the seven-star Grotto Heaven, even the sects of the North Sea couldn't tell. Some said there were 9, some said there were 10, and some said there were as many as 12. However, this time, the seven-star Grotto Heaven opened. Perhaps it was because the sects were well prepared, or because the cultivators from the outside world were attracted, they made breakthroughs in the exploration of several dangerous places. The core of several dangerous places were discovered by the cultivators from the various sects. The last and most exciting part was the opening of the seven-star palace in the seven-star Grotto Heaven. This time, the treasures that flew out of the seven-star palace were no longer the usual number of 49, but 63. This made the cultivators from the various sects very happy and full of rewards. In this competition, Junling once again surpassed the sects including the Crystal Palace of the East Sea, the Carefree sect, the Lu family of the Central Plains, and the Heavenly Moon sect. In particular, the the disciples and nominal disciples of the water sword deity, Lu Xianping, joined forces and snatched 4 of the treasures that flew out of the palace. The other disciples of Zhenling also joined forces and snatched 5 of the treasures. This made the cultivators from the various sects very jealous. It wasn't that the sects didn't covet the treasures, but Wang Qi's blood condensation swordsmanship had been passed down by the water sword deity. In the 7-star grotto heaven, only cultivators at the peak of the blood condensation realm could fight against him. In addition, he was a core forging perfected master and could leave the 7-star grotto heaven at any time. In addition, he had the help of 3 powerful nominal disciples who were also at the core forging stage. The cultivators from the various sects could only swallow their anger. After the 7-star grotto heaven, in Tianxiong, Tianfan, Tianshui, Tiankang, Tianlu, and Tianling, 5 Dharma adepts gathered together in Tianxiong's cave on Tianling Mountain. Does this mean that the number of treasures that the 7-star palace spat out is 7 to 9? Tianling Laozu nodded. That's right, it is 7 to 9. Our disciples have gained quite a lot this time. There are quite a few extraordinary treasures that have been handed over to the Elixir Pavilion, the Crafting Hall, and the Purple Talisman Pavilion. Tianxiong sighed. We've already broken through 9 danger zones. I wonder when the 7-star grotto heaven will open again. When that time comes, we'll break through a few more danger zones. I hope some of us can wait until then. Beside him, Tianlu couldn't help but say, Senior brother, what we've planned is really unimaginable. It's such a pity to waste the mountain and river cauldron just because of a possible guess. It should be right. At this moment, Ancestor Tianfan suddenly said, after all, it's a guess left behind by Ancestor Great Ginseng in the past. The jade slips our sect has collected from Feiling Mountain over the past several millennia have confirmed Ancestor Great Ginseng's guess. Moreover, the Feiling sect has clearly been carrying it out in the past. Haven't some of the secrets discovered in the treasured ship proved it as well? But what if it fails? Tianlu Laozu still felt heartache for the mountain and river cauldron. That was a cauldron that had condensed 3 treasures. However, Tianlu Laozu also knew that his words were pointless. If it was him, he would also not hesitate to give up this cauldron. Tianlu Laozu's goal was to make this matter more meticulous and not waste a cauldron that could be used as the sect's treasure. However, the NH1 cauldron in little Brat Lu's hands is not bad. In the future, it might be possible for it to reach the same level as the mountain and river cauldron. Tian Shui Laozu also said, I don't think it's a problem of whether it's wrong or not. Instead, it's a problem of whether our sect can swallow such a huge benefit with our current strength. The moment our sect plans to obtain this item, it will definitely cause a huge commotion. I'm afraid that the other sects won't just watch without lifting a finger, and our sect will be powerless to deal with it. Tianfan Laozu waved his hand and said, let's put this problem aside for now. The 7-star paradise will open again in at least 100 years or even longer. When the 12 danger zones are all broken through, who knows how many times the 7-star paradise will open again. At that time, perhaps this matter will be handed over to Tian Lin or even Tian Ping to complete. At this moment, Lu Ping, who was known as Tian Ping Laozu by the other Laozu disciples, was running out of the refining hall with Chen Lian. Cough cough, cough cough cough, we finally succeeded. Hee hee, ha ha ha. Chen Lian squatted at the entrance of the refining hall and started laughing crazily. How could he still have the image of a grandmaster? On the contrary, he scared the blacksmiths and cultivators who were entering and exiting the refining hall. Although Lu Ping's face was also filled with exhaustion, the excitement in his eyes couldn't be concealed. He said, I didn't expect that in just a few days since you became a grandmaster refiner, the cauldron's treasures were actually carved onto the NH1 cauldron so easily. Chapter 960. Easy, what easy? Looking at the 2 famous figures of Zhenling's sect squatting on the steps in front of the artifact refining hall and laughing maniacally without a care for their image, all the other cultivators who entered and exited the artifact refining hall avoided them as far as they could. The 2 of them obviously realized that it was inappropriate to be here. Just now, it was only because the two of them had worked together for several months and finally succeeded in engraving the second treasure restriction on the NH1 cauldron, making the NH1 cauldron a magic treasure cauldron that condensed two treasure restrictions. For Chen Lian, condensing a treasure restriction on a pill furnace was much more difficult than refining a spirit-nurturing magic treasure, not to mention the second treasure restriction on the NH1 cauldron. The two of them stood up tiredly and were about to leave when Lu Ping happened to see Hu Lili rushing over to the refining hall. Chen Lian waved his hand and turned to leave. He had not solved the problem of installing a large spatial magic treasure on the treasured ship, but his refining skills had improved greatly over the years. If it wasn't for Lu Ping pulling him out of the refining room at the back of Qianling Mountain and asking him to make a magic treasure cauldron, even if it was Qian Jianglaozu's order, he might not have come out from under the sea cliff at the back of Qianling Mountain. Hu Lili had also rarely left the back of the sea cliff these years. All the affairs on Huangli Island had been handed over by Lu Ping to his eldest disciple Wang Xuanqi to take care of. What's wrong? When Lu Ping saw Hu Lili rushing over, he thought there was something important, so he quickly asked. Hu Lili's expression was a little strange. Senior brother Xianwei asked me to look for you. Xianwei? Lu Ping was surprised and asked, why is he looking for me? Hu Lili shook her head and said, I don't know, but it seems to be urgent. For the past few days, Lu Ping had been living in seclusion on Qianling Mountain. He didn't even return to Huangli Island as he spent most of his time in seclusion. Very few people could see him, and even if someone wanted to look for him, they would go to Qianling Mountain's Hearing Wave Manor to find Hu Lili. Although Hu Lili had been repairing the treasured ship's formation at the back of the mountain cliff, she would rest every once in a while. Although she had her own cave mansion on Qianling Mountain, compared to Lu Ping's Hearing Wave Mansion, the location and the density of the spiritual qi were far inferior. She simply moved to Hearing Wave Mansion to live. Ever since Lu Ping's Dragon Dharma form obtained the pure Yang Pearl, it did not know why it did not completely refine it. Instead, it became more and more like a toy. Moreover, Lu Ping's divine will could clearly sense that the Dragon Dharma form was transferring the life divine ability rune on the silver-white reverse scale on its throat to the pure Yang Pearl. Ever since it obtained the pure Yang Pearl, the Dragon Dharma form seemed to have gained an additional toy. Lu Ping's divine will could often see the Dragon Dharma form hovering in the expanding purple mist in the core space, chasing and playing with the pure Yang Pearl. After watching it for a long time, Lu Ping could not help but have some understanding. Could it be that the Dragon Dharma form and the pure Yang Pearl were born as one? Or could it be that the pure Yang Pearl was the equivalent of the legendary Dragon Pearl? Although the Dharma power of the dragon had not completely refined the pure Yang Pearl into the Dharma power, the pure Yang Qi contained in the pure Yang Pearl was constantly affecting the Dharma power of the dragon. In fact, in these 5 years, Lu Ping's cultivation level was not increasing, but fluctuating in a strange way. The reason for this was because of the influence of the pure Yang Pearl. After Lu Ping entered the Dharma form stage from Failing Mountain, because of the influence of the pure Yang Soul, Lu Ping's cultivation level skyrocketed. The Dharma form that had shrunk due to condensing the life divine ability had once again returned to 3.5 feet. However, in the year after obtaining the pure Yang Pearl in the True Spirit Grotto Heaven, because of the constant influence of the pure Yang Pearl, the original 3.5 feet Dharma form had shrunk by 1 foot. After that, as the Dragon Dharma form refined the pure Yang Qi that had dissipated from the pure Yang Pearl, the Dharma form returned to 3.5 feet. In the next 4 years, Lu Ping's Dharma form continued this process, going back and forth from 3.5 feet. Although his cultivation level did not increase at all, Lu Ping could feel that his body had undergone an extremely obvious change. Lu Ping felt that his cultivation level was like a pile of soil, while the pure Yang Qi that had dissipated from the pure Yang Pearl was like water. After adding water to the tall pile of soil, although its volume continued to shrink, the pile of soil itself became more solid. On the surface of the pure Yang Pearl, as the Dragon Dharma form inscribed the life divine ability on the reverse scale, the pure Yang Qi that had been dissipated from the pure Yang Pearl became less and less. Originally, when the Dharma form played with the pure Yang Pearl, the pure Yang Qi that had been dissipated from the Dharma form would be constantly absorbed and refined by the Dharma form. Furthermore, this was extremely beneficial to the few spirit treasures that were swimming around the Dharma form. This was especially so for the Thunder 7 treasures gourd. After successfully condensing the 7th treasure, it had originally been unable to advance due to the lack of rare items. Now, with the help of the pure yang qi, for some reason, it had directly crossed this hurdle and become a spirit-nurturing treasure. This caused Lu Ping to click his tongue in wonder, but at the same time, he could not understand why. Could it be that the pure yang qi could replace those rare items? However, even if it could be replaced, the price was too high. The pure yang qi was a treasure that many early Dharma adepts could only refine and condense in their entire lives. It was much more precious than any mid-tier or upper-tier rare items. On the 5th year, as the pure yang pearl emitted less and less qi, Lu Ping could already feel that his Dharma form seemed to have reached a bottleneck state. The cultivation level would no longer fluctuate. At this time, Lu Ping realized that the entire dragon Dharma form seemed to have become one. Originally, because Lu Ping had merged various kinds of flood dragon bloodlines, the Dharma form had more or less had more traces of being chiseled. At this time, at least in Lu Ping's eyes, the Dharma form now looked more like a dragon, or rather, more like a dragon's charm. On the way, Lu Ping and Hu Lili realized that spiritual master Shenwei was actually anxiously pacing back and forth at the entrance of Lu Ping's cave abode in Tianling Mountain. As soon as he saw Lu Ping appear, spiritual master Shenwei was instantly overjoyed and said, "Junior Lu, you've made me look for you." Lu Ping saw his anxious look, so he smiled and said, "Senior brother Shenwei, you haven't gone out to look for mineral veins recently?" Spiritual master Xuanwei's face turned red. Then he smiled bitterly and said, "Junior brother Lu, please don't laugh at me anymore. Ever since I received the few jade scrolls that you gave me, I've been working very hard. These 5 years have all been spent on this." Lu Ping smiled slightly. Previously, Hu Lili had already told him that spiritual master Shenwei was right. These few years, it was said that he had been studying something in his own cave abode. According to him, he had been studying the legacy left behind by the mineral prospector. However, this wasn't because he was willing, but because ever since Shi Shenling and Shen Yong teamed up to tease him, no one in Zhenling believed him anymore. Therefore, in these 5 years, he had pleaded several times to join a team to explore the sea. However, without the halo of a mineral prospector, who would be willing to bring along a coward who would run away at the first sign of danger. Spiritual master Shenwei also once claimed that his skill in mineral prospecting had greatly improved, and he was no longer the dabbler from before. However, this person lied too much. Even if he told the truth, no one would believe him. In fact, as long as spiritual master Shenwei could reveal the news that Lu Ping had passed the mineral prospector's legacy to him, with the title of Water Sword Fairy, he could completely make many of his fellow disciples in Zhenling believe him. However, just like how many cultivators in the same sect asked him to reveal the mineral prospector's legacy that he was studying for everyone to see, spiritual master Shenwei didn't dare to reveal this news at all. Whether it was the Crystal Palace's mineral prospector's legacy or the mention of Lu Ping's name, it would be extremely easy for people to easily recall the death of LV Shuheng, Laozu, and the Crystal Palace's mineral prospector's death in the Northwest Sea. Spiritual master Shenwei was timid, but it didn't mean that he was stupid. On the contrary, he was extremely smart. When Lu Ping passed the Crystal Palace's mineral prospector's legacy to him, spiritual master Shenwei already knew how big of a trouble he was carrying. Therefore, he could only look for Lu Ping's help now because he also knew that since the Heaven Spirit Sect Master had instructed him to pass this legacy to him, it also meant that he hoped that he could inherit this legacy. This kind of unorthodox and extremely useful legacy, the Heaven Spirit Sect Master definitely wouldn't let it be covered in dust. Spiritual Master Shenwei hesitated for a moment and said, "Actually, I'm looking for Junior Brother Lu because of the Northwest Mineral Vein." He already knew that the incident in the Northwest Sea was obviously caused by this Junior Brother in front of him. All these years, Junior Brother Lu had been hiding his strength and biding his time, living in seclusion. It wasn't that he didn't have the intention to avoid arousing suspicion. Now that he was still looking for spiritual master Shenwei with the matter of the Northwest Sea, he was afraid that it would be extremely difficult to convince him. However, Spiritual Master Shenwei was in a difficult position now. If he wanted to change his current situation, the quickest way was the mineral vein in the Northwest Sea. As expected, when Lu Ping heard that it was about the Northwest mineral vein, he frowned first. Daoist Profound Wei knew that the situation wasn't good with a single glance, and he hurriedly said, "Junior brother Lu, listen to me finish. There isn't just a single mixed vein in the Northwest Sea area, and according to the trend of the vein, there are surely other branches concealed within 250 kilometers of this vein. Moreover, there's more than one." Lu Ping was stunned when he heard this, and then he looked at Spiritual Master Shenwei with a trace of suspicion. It wasn't because Lu Ping had an opportunity in the Northwest Sea at this moment, but it was because Lu Ping really didn't quite trust Spiritual Master Xuanwei's judgment. Spiritual Master Shenwei was observant, so he naturally knew what Lu Ping was thinking in his heart. So he sighed and said, "Since you and Sect Master Laozu have passed the ore-seeking master's inheritance to me, then you surely hope that this inheritance can be of some use. If you don't even give me a chance to prove it, then you might as well take this inheritance back." Lu Ping knew that what he said was reasonable, so he thought for a moment and said, "All right, I'll personally accompany you." Spiritual Master Shenwei was overjoyed when he heard this, and he said, "Don't worry, I'm extremely confident this time, and I'll surely succeed." Chapter 961. The sound of the strong wind howled in his ears, but Spiritual Master Shenwei himself did not feel the slightest feeling of the strong wind blowing against his face. He could only squeeze out a flattering smile mixed with infinite envy on his face. In her true form, Lu Qin'er stretched out her neck and let out a long cry. With a flap of her wings, she covered a distance of several thousand feet. She flapped her wings several times, and when she looked back, she was already 5 kilometers away. Lu Ping and enlightened Shenwei sat cross-legged on the back of the blue phoenix. A layer of invisible air covered the two of them, so that no matter how fast the blue phoenix flew, it would not be affected by the strong wind. Although the Northwest Sea was far, to the blue phoenix, it was only a day and a night's journey. When they reached the area near the mixed mineral vein in the Northwest Sea, the two of them came down from the back of the blue phoenix. Enlightened Master Shenwei was already prepared to fly away. But then, Lu Ping pointed at the sea surface and a 10-feet-long sea turtle slid into the sea through a space door. Although it was much weaker than the blue one, it was still a mid-core forging realm monster. Lu Ping signaled for Enlightened Master Shenwei to get on Lu Dagui's back first. Enlightened Master Shenwei glanced at the huge monster in front of him, whose cultivation base was almost on par with his own. In the end, he got on the tortoiseshell with fear. "Where should we go?" When Enlightened Shenwei heard Lu Ping's question, he quickly calmed himself down and looked at the surrounding sea. However, he saw the northwest direction and said, "Then let's go to the farthest place to have a look." With Lu Ping's help, it was naturally easy to avoid the disciples from the various sects who were patrolling near the mineral vein. Lu Ping's divine will was comparable to the most outstanding mid-Dharma adept, and according to what Lu Ping knew, this mineral vein was only guarded by 2 early Dharma adepts from each of the forces in the North Sea. These people naturally did not have an opponent comparable to Lu Ping's divine will. Although Lu Dagui's speed in the sea could not be compared to Lu Qin'er's speed in the sky, as a natural demon in the water, his speed was not considered slow. In just an hour, the two of them had already reached the 500-mile area that Enlightened Shenwei had previously estimated. Enlightened Shenwei had just raised his shield of vigor and was about to dive into the depths of the sea when he saw Lu Ping stretch out his hand to stop him. Then, a huge pearl was suspended above his head, and a cover was formed to separate the sea water. The two of them dived into the depths of the sea. "This is the water-repelling pearl?" Enlightened Xuanwei's character was not good, but he still had some knowledge. Looking at the huge pearl, his face was full of envy and he said, "With this item in hand, the deep sea is like walking on flat ground." Lu Ping did not care about Enlightened Xuanwei's envious tone, but looked around the surrounding seabed and said, "Based on the situation in the North Sea, normally, once a medium-sized mineral vein or above is discovered, it will definitely be carefully searched around the mineral vein to see if there are any other branches. The mixed mineral vein has already been mined for 10 years, and the surrounding sea area has already been searched by many practitioners from various sects. If there are any branches, they would have been found long ago. How are you so sure that there are still branches in the nearby sea area? Enlightened Shenwei was already looking left and right at the bottom of the sea, and he was using various techniques on different kinds of underwater terrain. From time to time, he would also use various sensing talismans along with the techniques into the sea mud a few feet deep. Because he had to hang the water-repelling pearl above his head, Lu Ping had no choice but to follow Enlightened Shenwei everywhere. However, in Lu Ping's opinion, although Enlightened Shenwei didn't have a single moment of leisure, the truth was that he was like a headless fly bumping around. In any case, Lu Ping himself couldn't see through it. After a long while, Enlightened Shenwei had already walked through this sea area for a distance of nearly 10,000 feet. Only then did he stop. He let out a sigh of relief and said, "I've finally finished setting up this pulse-detecting array." Lu Ping was stunned and said, "You're setting up the array?" Enlightened Shenwei said in astonishment, "Yeah, the setting up of this pulse-detecting array is too complicated. The main thing isn't the materials used to set up the array, but the various techniques and secret techniques used to detect and locate the veins, and also the judgment of the direction of the earth veins in the mixed mineral vein." Lu Ping really didn't understand this, and even after listening for a long time, he still didn't fully understand. He said straightforwardly, "In other words, you've combined all kinds of methods and finally determined that there must be a branch vein in that medium-sized mixed mineral vein, but because of the special nature of this mineral vein, its branch vein continued to extend for 500 miles before it condensed again." Enlightened Shenwei looked at Lu Ping in a daze and said, "Yes, that's roughly what I mean." After saying that, Enlightened Shenwei threw out more than 10 upper-grade spirit stones and started to cast the seals to activate the array that was set up at the bottom of the sea. Enlightened Shenwei made dozens of seals with both hands, and then suddenly struck them out. A stream of true essence pushed the seawater aside and directly imprinted into the sea mud under his feet. The more than 10 upper-grade spirit stones that were previously set up around him suddenly lit up, and Lu Ping opened his eyes wide, waiting for the result of the exploration. However, after the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, other than the dozens of upper-grade spirit stones around spiritual master Shenwei becoming bright, there was not the slightest movement in the surrounding dark seabed. It was as if the various seals and formations that spiritual master Shenwei had cast into the seabed had disappeared. As the spiritual light of the more than 10 upper-grade spirit stones finally began to weaken, sweat gradually seeped out of Enlightened Shenwei's forehead. It wasn't because of the loss of true essence, but it was obvious that he didn't have any harvest after such a long time. Finally, the more than 10 upper-grade spirit stones exhausted their spiritual power and turned into ashes. Enlightened Shenwei dispelled the true essence around him. "You didn't find anything?" When Lu Ping saw Enlightened Shenwei's dejected look, he thought about it and still comforted him. Could it be that there's a mistake in setting up the array previously? Lu Ping really couldn't see the slightest pattern in Enlightened Shenwei's previous business, so he couldn't help but ask. Enlightened Shenwei shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "No, this is my livelihood, how can I not be attentive? The vein detection array set up by a mine seeker is different from the array set up by a formation master. It can even be said that they're two completely different things. There's no branch vein here." Lu Ping said with a smile, "That's nothing. Didn't you say that there might be branch veins in 4 directions? Now that we've only identified one of them, aren't there still 3 other places?" Enlightened Shenwei took a glance at Lu Ping and moved his lips, but he didn't say a word. Enlightened Shenwei confidently pulled Lu Ping out to look for the branch vein, but he didn't expect that the result would be a blow to his head. If Enlightened Shenwei had 70% confidence in the existence of the branch vein earlier, then this unfavorable opening had directly dispelled 40% of his confidence. To be honest, Lu Ping wasn't particularly optimistic about him, but since he was already here, there was no reason for him to retreat just because he failed in one direction. Seeing Enlightened Shenwei's dejected look, Lu Ping could only pull him towards the Northeast Sea region, which was the second location that Enlightened Shenwei had previously deduced. However, he secretly muttered in his heart, "Originally, I was encouraged to come here by Enlightened Shenwei, but now, it became me who encouraged him to persevere." When they arrived at the northeast sea region that enlightened Shenwei had previously judged, both of them dived to the bottom of the sea again. Lu Ping pointed to the bottom of the sea and said, "There, don't be discouraged. Let's do it again, maybe we can find it this time." As soon as Lu Ping's voice fell, enlightened Shenwei stammered for a long time, then he said with a pout, "Junior brother Lu, can you lend me a dozen top-grade spirit stones first? Without spirit stones, I can't set up the formation." Lu Ping suddenly collapsed. This enlightened Shenwei was really a B***TCH. He knew that he needed to explore 4 directions to look for the branch vein this time, but he only brought the top-grade spirit stones to activate the pulse detection formation once. It was obvious that he wanted to get something from Lu Ping. It was fortunate that he wasn't able to detect the branch vein the first time, otherwise, he wouldn't know how justified he was when he asked for spirit stones from Lu Ping just now. In fact, it was just like what Lu Ping had guessed. The reason why enlightened Shenwei chose the northwest direction from the beginning was that in his opinion, the northwest direction had the most hope of having the branch vein, but he never thought that the most promising place would be empty. When enlightened Shenwei saw Lu Ping staring at him, he immediately felt terrified and quickly said, "Junior brother Lu, you don't know that in the past 5 years, no one was willing to believe me. In these 5 years, I didn't have any harvest. These top-grade spirit stones are the leftovers that I had saved up. In the past 5 years, in order to study this secret technique of mind detection, you see, my cultivation has almost not improved at all." Alright. Lu Ping didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at this superb senior brother in front of him. However, what he said was somewhat reasonable. Although in the eyes of a rich person like Lu Ping, even a dozen top-grade spirit stones was something that Lu Ping could take out with a bit of effort, but for a poor core forging cultivator like enlightened Shenwei, a dozen top-grade spirit stones were a considerable amount of wealth. Lu Ping simply took out 100 top-grade spirit stones and gave it to him. "Is it enough?" Enlightened Shenwei was immediately overjoyed and said, it's enough. Even if I didn't find the vein this time, it's enough for me to use for a long time." But then, enlightened Shenwei felt a chill rising from beside him. Only then did his whole body shiver. He knew that he had let the cat out of the bag, so he quickly said, "Junior brother, don't misunderstand. This time, although it's because I really don't have enough spirit stones to cultivate, that's why I mustered up the courage to look for you. But my previous judgment is definitely not wrong. I've really been studying those or prospecting inheritances seriously for the past 5 years. After saying that, without waiting for Lu Ping to urge him, he began to carry the moonlight pearl and began to set up a vein prospecting array around the seabed. This time, Lu Ping didn't bother to follow him. He just passed the moonlight pearl to him to use. Anyway, this sea that was hundreds of feet deep was really not worth mentioning to Lu Ping. Rumble. It was as if the whole seabed had an earthquake. Lu Ping's spirit was lifted, and he saw enlightened Shenwei, who was not far away, suddenly kneeling on the ground. Lu Ping didn't know what was going on, so he hurried over and saw this guy kneeling on the ground crying. Seeing Lu Ping coming over, enlightened Shenwei sobbed, "Mars. Junior brother, you've found it. There's a branch vein here, and it's a small mineral vein. The few mineral veins that I've found by luck in my life were all extremely low-quality micro-mineral veins. This is the first time that I've found a small mineral vein." Lu Ping said angrily, "The mine prospecting master of the Crystal Palace even found a medium mixed mineral vein of such high quality. What's there to be excited about for you to find a small mineral vein? Let's leave this place quickly and go to the sea area. Although the movement here isn't big, we still have to prevent other cultivators from rushing over to check." Enlightened Shenwei rolled and crawled behind Lu Ping. This time, Lu Ping didn't let Lu Dagui out. Instead, he performed the water escape skill to hide the two of them and headed straight to the southeast direction. At the same time, a sound transmission sword suddenly rushed out from the sea surface and flashed all the way to the southeast direction where Zhenling was at. Perhaps it was because enlightened Xuanwei's mineral prospecting secret skill was really practiced to perfection, or perhaps it was because luck would always turn for the better. In the southeast sea area, along with the faint vibration of the seabed again, enlightened Shenwei actually found a branch vein for the second time. Although it was just a small mineral vein compared to the previous one, but thinking of the high-quality spiritual materials in the mixed mineral vein, this small mineral vein could be said to be very valuable. This time, there was no need for Lu Ping to urge him. Enlightened Shenwei, who was glowing, felt that Lu Ping's speed was too slow. Junior brother Lu, hurry up, go faster. Lu Ping, who was carrying enlightened Shenwei, performed the water escape skill and headed to the southwest direction, wished that he could throw enlightened Shenwei to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. In the southwest sea area, enlightened Shenwei, who was already very familiar with setting up the pulse-detecting formation, completed the pulse-detecting formation for the fourth time in no time. After he finished setting up the dozens of top-grade spirit stones given by Lu Ping, enlightened Shenwei made a series of hand signs and a gush of life vitality suddenly hit the seabed. Seeing that the formation was about to be activated, a bluish-purple light flashed across the seabed. The life vitality that enlightened Shenwei used to activate the formation was immediately dispersed. Enlightened Shenwei looked at Lu Ping inexplicably and opened his mouth to ask, "Junior brother Lu, shuh." Lu Ping made a shushing gesture in front of his mouth and pointed to the sea surface. Enlightened Shenwei immediately understood. He stretched out his hand and took off the water-moon repelling pearl from his head. After that, he performed a breath-concealing technique. Even though it wasn't a brilliant spell, there was no need to worry that anyone would be able to discover it at the seabed, which was almost 10,000 feet deep. Lu Ping thought for a moment and stretched out his hand to pull behind him. A five-colored cloak was pulled over by Lu Ping from the empty space behind him. It was none other than the Cloud Glow 5 Elemental Cloak. Lu Ping threw the Cloud Glow 5 Elemental Cloak to enlightened Shenwei. Immediately, it covered his entire body. It was to hide his tracks and protect him at the same time. Meanwhile, Lu Ping himself suddenly disappeared from the seabed. When he reappeared, he was already at the seabed, which was only a few feet above the sea surface. However, at this time, Lu Ping had already turned into flowing water and didn't have to worry about being discovered at all. Xiong Lu Laozu, our Blue Sea sect is sincerely inviting you to join our sect. Don't be ungrateful. You have to know that the Blue Sea bell in your hand was left behind by our sect leader, Laozu. Our Blue Sea sect will get it back no matter what. If you still don't agree, we can only snatch it by force. Lu Ping recognized this voice. It seemed to be the mid-Dharma adept of the Blue Sea sect, Dongkuan Laozu. And at this time, even though Lu Ping didn't dare to release his divine will to investigate, when the few auras on the sea surface were as strong as the sun, it still clearly told Lu Ping that there were currently 5 Dharma adepts facing each other on the sea surface. Moreover, there was one person in the middle while the other 4 surrounded him in the middle. Xiong Lu Laozu? Blue Sea sect. Finally, they were still facing each other. This was going to be a good show to watch. Chapter 962. Xiong Lu Laozu had obtained the Vast Sea Bell, a spirit treasure left behind by Vast Sea Laozu, from the Vast Sea Relic. This had shaken the entire North Sea cultivation world. Due to the Vast Sea Bell's special effect on the Mara family, the various sects had used both carrot and stick to obtain the Vast Sea Bell from Xiong Lu Laozu. This included the sect that Lu Ping belonged to, Zhenling. However, when Xiong Lu Laozu had obtained the Vast Sea Bell, he had already realized that the sects of the North Sea would not let go of a lone cultivator with no background or backing like him so easily. Thus, he had immediately disappeared. No matter how good the sect's conditions were, or how severe the threats, Xiong Lu Laozu had ignored them. After that, during the Battle of Frost Island, Xiong Lu Laozu had broken through the Jade Shura's interception and used the Vast Sea Bell to directly attack the soul-devouring formation formed by demonic cultivators. This had alleviated the pressure on Frost Island and had played a crucial role in helping the cultivators of Frost Island last until reinforcements arrived. After that, the North Sea cultivation world, out of moral considerations, and in addition to the fact that after the Battle of Frost Island, Mara's calamity seemed to have been greatly alleviated, the sects could no longer target Xiong Lu Laozu because of the Vast Sea Bell. Xiong Lu Laozu's situation in the North Sea had temporarily been alleviated. However, Xiong Lu Laozu had cultivated for almost 1,000 years. He would not let his guard down because of this, especially when he knew that the vast sea bell was Laozu's life treasure. Even if the entire North Sea cultivation world admitted that the vast sea bell belonged to him, the vast sea sect would spare no effort to snatch it from him. In reality, Xiong Lu Laozu's guess was not wrong at all. The vast sea sect had never given up on pursuing the vast sea bell. In the vast sea sect's view, the vast sea bell was originally theirs. No one could change the fact that the vast sea bell was in anyone's hands. However, Xiong Lu Laozu was not the only one who knew the urgency of the Blue Sea sect's desire to reclaim the Blue Sea sect. Everyone in the entire North Sea training world knew this. If the Blue Sea sect really wanted to reclaim the Blue Sea sect, they would not only have to face a mid-Dharma adept who was in hiding everywhere, but also the obstruction of other sects. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. Under the persistent efforts of the Blue Sea sect, they finally tracked down Xiong Lu Laozu. Moreover, thanks to the mixed mineral vein in the Northwest Sea, the Blue Sea sect discovered that Xiong Lu Laozu was hiding in the Northwest Sea. Taking advantage of the fact that the various sects in the North Ocean had relaxed because of the Great Tribulation of Mara and the various sects had reduced their attention to the Ocean Bell, the Ocean sect secretly set up a trap. Finally, the 4 Dharma idol Laozu of the sect joined forces to trap it in the sea. If one were to say that after Tian Xiong Laozu had advanced to the late Dharma stage, which sect in the North Sea could take second place, it would undoubtedly be Shen Ling sect, which had just retired from first place. 10 years ago, if someone were to ask this question, then the Blue Sea sect and Shen Ling sect would each have a 50% chance of winning. But now, if one were to ask who was the second largest sect in the North Sea training world, perhaps 70% of the North Sea cultivators would look at the Blue Sea sect. After the Blue Sea sect and the Kanglang sect merged, the Blue Sea sect had a total of 7 Dharma idol Laozu, 3 of whom were mid-Dharma adepts. After Zhongshui and Dongkuan Laozu had advanced, the Blue Sea sect had 8 Dharma idol Laozu and 4 mid-Dharma adepts. At the same time, Shen Ling sect only had Feng Shutao who had advanced to the Dharma stage, and the entire Shen Ling sect only had 6 Dharma adepts. However, with Dao Sheng Laozu, the number of Dharma adepts in the Blue Sea sect, even though the Blue Sea sect had the advantage in terms of Dharma adepts, they did not dare to compete with Shen Ling sect. After that, with the support of the Crystal Palace, Shen Ling sect had Lu Shuheng and Lin Shuqing condense their Dharma powers, and the number of Dharma adepts in Shen Ling sect increased to 8. At the same time, after Feng Shutao returned from the Yingtian temple, he had advanced to the mid-Dharma stage due to his Dharma soul, and this had solidified Shen Ling sect's position as the second largest sect in the North Sea. However, good times did not last long. These years, the Blue Sea sect had also been developing, and Zhongshui had also obtained a Dharma soul. There had long been rumors in the North Sea training world that Zhongshui had also advanced to the mid-Dharma stage, but Zhongshui had always lived in seclusion, and outsiders could only guess what level Zhongshui had reached. However, other than Zhongshui, the Blue Sea sect had 2 more second-generation disciples, Wang Shiqing and He Shiyun, who had advanced to the Dharma stage. This brought the number of Dharma adepts to 10, and they had once again surpassed Shen Ling sect. However, an even greater misfortune soon befell Shen Ling sect. First, Dao Shi Laozu had been assassinated by Yin Shenchu, and then Lu Shuheng Laozu had mysteriously fallen in the Northwest Seas. This time, they did not even know who the murderer was. Shen Ling sect had suffered heavy losses one after another, but at the same time, the North Sea training world had spread the news that the East Pole Laozu of the Blue Sea sect was preparing to undergo his second Thunder trial. The entire North Sea training world was once again in an uproar. If the Blue Sea sect could still be said to be incomparable to Shen Ling sect because they did not have a Dharma adept, once the East Pole Laozu successfully advanced to the Dharma stage, then the Blue Sea sect's position as the second largest sect in the North Sea would no longer be shaken by anyone. And now, of the 4 Dharma adepts of the Blue Sea sect who had set up a trap to kill Xiong Lu Laozu, other than the mid-Dharma adept Dongkuan Laozu whom Lu Ping had heard about, there was another who was also at the mid-Dharma stage. However, from what Lu Ping could sense, although this person's aura was extremely restrained, The threat he gave off to Lu Ping seemed to be far greater than that of Dongku and Laozu. These two people surrounded Xiong Lu Laozu from the front and back, and beside them were two early Dharma adepts. One of them gave Lu Ping a very familiar feeling. It should be Wang Shiqing, who had tried to ambush Lu Ping on Frost Island but had instead been injured by Lu Ping's divine will. Haha, what a joke! A voice rang out from the surface of the sea. My friend Dongkuan, you and I are both smart people. There is no need to hide anything. Laozu will not give up on the sea bell no matter what, and it is something that your Blue Sea sect must have. The old man does not believe that if he joins your Blue Sea sect, the sea bell will be in the hands of the old man. After a moment of silence, Dongkuan Laozu's voice rang out again. That's right, the sea bell is our sect's sacred relic. It will be extremely difficult for an outsider to wield it. Even if Xiong Lu joins our Blue Sea sect, even if your Dharma power is sealed and you become our slave, the sea bell cannot be handed over to you. Xiong Lu Laozu laughed coldly and said, the old man is a lone practitioner. To be able to come this far, he naturally has his own principles. We have all given up on those superficial things and will see who is the real deal. Although the old man was accidentally surrounded by the four of you, if you want to take the sea bell from the old man's hands, it will depend on whether you have the ability to do so. Dongkuan Laozu did not speak anymore. He reached into his robes and took out an item. It was the sea transfer order that Dongyi Laozu had used in the sea treasure. This spiritual treasure was also one of the 3 treasures of the sea. However, as the Blue Sea sect's inherited spiritual treasure, the Dharma adepts of the Blue Sea sect could all use it. Xiong Lu Laozu saw that Dongkuan Laozu had taken out the sea transfer order and knew that today's matter would not be resolved peacefully. With a clang, the sea bell was already in his hands. At this time, the Dharma adept behind Xiong Lu Laozu suddenly spoke up. Xiong Lu, my friend, it is not easy for you to train to this stage as a lone practitioner. Are you really willing to give up your entire life's worth of training today? Xiong Lu Laozu was so angry that he laughed. Zhongxi, everyone says that you have hidden your abilities well and are no weaker than Zhenling Jiang Tianlin in training. Today, let the old man see what is so special about you. It was indeed Zhongxi. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. This guy had also advanced to the mid-Dharma stage, but he had hidden his level of training. He still looked like he was at the peak of the early Dharma stage. Clang. The loud sound of the bell spread out in all directions with Xiong Lu Laozu at the center. Wang Shiqing and He Shiyun, who were on the left and right of Xiong Lu Laozu, hurriedly used their powers to block it. Even Dongkuan Laozu's face was solemn. He used the sea transfer order in his hands to block the powerful sound wave attack, but it was too slow. Just as the sea bell rang, Lu Ping's hands formed an invisible sword spell. His entire aura was hidden again in the form of flowing water. The sound wave shook the seawater, but it was not able to disperse the aura around Lu Ping. It was discovered by the few Dharma adepts on the surface of the sea, Laozu. Lu Ping's divine will continued to explore the depths of the seawater. He realized that the sound of the bell had affected the seawater hundreds of feet deep. Fortunately, the place where Sage Shenwei was hiding happened to be thousands of feet deep. Coupled with the protection of the 5 elements cloud glow robe, it would not affect him. At this time, Xiong Lu Laozu took the opportunity to rush towards Zhongxi. However, the scene of Zhongxi covering his ears and retreating did not happen as Xiong Lu Laozu had imagined. All he saw was Zhongxi frowning. Then, under Xiong Lu Laozu's shocked gaze, he released all the aura around him. The mid-Dharma stage. He was actually at the mid-Dharma stage. At this time, Xiong Lu Laozu was like an arrow narked on a bowstring. He had no choice but to release it. Even if he regretted it, it was already too late. The sea bell in his hand hung above his head, and a wave-like light curtain fell down, protecting Xiong Lu Laozu within it. He clenched his fists, and a long sword suddenly appeared in his hands. Kill. Xiong Lu Laozu struck with his sword, and the 10-foot-long sword light instantly cut through the void in front of him. When it appeared again, it was already in front of Zhongxi. Suddenly, countless silent sword rays appeared in front of Zhongxi. Like a school of piranhas in the ocean, the sword rays swarmed towards the saber ray. It was similar to Lu Ping's water seep sword art. In an instant, Zhong Shi's water seep sword art devoured Xiong Lu's saber ray and disintegrated it. At this time, Dongquan Laozu had already broken free from the influence of the sea bell. He waved the sea transferring order in his hand, and the surrounding seawater instantly formed a huge whirlpool. Xiong Lu Laozu's feet tightened, and a huge suction force was about to pull him into the whirlpool. The sea bell above Xiong Lu Laozu's head vibrated, and the whirlpool under his feet suddenly shook, causing water to splash everywhere. Waves surged up from the sea. At this time, Wang Shiqing and He Shiyun's combined attack also came from the left and right. At this time, Zhong Shi would not let go of the opportunity to attack. Xiong Lu Laozu was surrounded by enemies on all sides. Even with the protection of the sea bell, it was inevitable that he would be at a disadvantage. Chapter 963. Although the sea bell was only a first-stage spirit treasure, its reputation in the North Sea training world was not just because of its special ability to counter Mara. The sea bell was capable of both offense and defense. Even though Xianglo Laozu was surrounded by 4 Dharma adepts, 2 of whom were adepts of the same level as him, with just the defense of the sea bell, Xianglo Laozu was able to remain undefeatable for a short period of time, even though his attacks were weak. However, Xianglo Laozu could only rely on the sea bell to protect himself. He was a lone practitioner, and it was already very rare for him to be able to advance to the early Dharma stage. Who would have thought that he would have a great encounter when he was in the early Dharma stage, which allowed him to pass the Thunder trial and advance to the mid-Dharma stage, becoming one of the few top masters in the North Sea training world. After that, he had accidentally taken the sea bell for himself in the vast sea treasure. His life could be said to have been blessed by the heavens. However, Xianglo Laozu understood his own strength. This kind of cultivation that he had obtained through a lucky encounter was a far cry from the mid-Dharma adepts of the various sects who had advanced to the mid-Dharma stage through real means. Before Xianglo Laozu had obtained the sea bell, the only personal treasure he had was a spirit-nurturing treasure that had condensed 8 treasures. Other than that, he had almost no other treasures that he could use. As a Dharma adept, his wealth could not be described as poor. However, even after he had obtained the sea bell, he had not been able to successfully condense his personal great magical power when he had advanced to the early Dharma stage. Now that he had reached the mid-Dharma stage, he still did not have a personal great magical power. This meant that Xianglo Laozu could be considered one of the weakest of the mid-Dharma adepts. Adepts who had not condensed their personal great magical power would usually not be able to bring out 120% of the power of their personal treasures. Similarly, the existence of a spiritual treasure was not only dependent on its own power, but it also required the practitioner's own magical power to complement it. The most important of these was undoubtedly the existence of a personal great magical power. Xianglo Laozu did not have a personal great magical power. Although the sea bell was still powerful in his hands, he could not bring out 120% of its power when combined with his personal great magical power. Although the 4 Laozu of the Kanghai sect were temporarily unable to break through Xianglo Laozu's defense, the 4 of them could join forces and trap Xianglo Laozu. Spiritual treasures were not that easy to control. As long as Xianglo Laozu's inner yuan was depleted, he would be at the mercy of the Kanghai sect. However, the Kanghai sect's adepts would naturally not wait so passively. The great power that erupted from the battle between the 2 sides had already spread hundreds of miles away, and it could attract the attention of the other sects in the North Sea at any time. Once someone heard the news and rushed over, the situation would most likely turn ugly, so the Kanghai sect would definitely want to end the battle as soon as possible. And Xianglo Laozu would not sit still and wait for his inner yuan to be depleted, but he also knew that his chances of breaking out of the encirclement were very slim. At this time, he hoped that the battle between the 2 sides would attract the attention of others. Once someone rushed over, the situation would become chaotic, and Xianglo Laozu would then have a chance to escape. Therefore, even though Xianglo Laozu knew that delaying the battle would not do him any good, he had no choice but to do so. Dongkuan Laozu held the sea transferring order in his hand and then pushed it with both hands. Instantly, layers of huge waves rolled up on the surface of the sea, rolling back towards the water curtain that the sea bell had lowered. Adding fuel to the fire, Dongkuan Laozu had painstakingly condensed this great magical power after he had advanced to the mid-Dharma stage. After using it through the sea transferring order, it was actually able to push back the protective light curtain that the sea bell had lowered, layer by layer, and gradually, Xianglo Laozu, who was behind the light curtain, was revealed. This was the power of a great magical power. Among the three treasures of the sea, in terms of power, the sea bell was the most powerful, the cloud sail was mainly used for defense, and the sea transferring order was actually the weakest due to its quality and other factors. However, with the help of Dongkuan Laozu's great magical power, the power of the sea transferring order overwhelmed the sea bell in one fell swoop, and layer by layer, the protective light curtain that the sea bell had lowered. He Shiyun and Wang Shiqing took the opportunity to attack from both sides. Without the protective light curtain, Xianglo Laozu used a long knife in his hand to block with all his might. Suddenly, he felt an evil wind coming from behind him, and a strong pressure was exerted on Xianglo Laozu through the sea bell before the attack could reach him. Xianglu Laozu was shocked and blocked Wang Shiqing's attack, but used a defensive treasure to block He Shiyun's attack. Ignoring the turbulence in his body, he activated the inner yuan in his body and shook the sea bell above his head. Clang! Xianglu Laozu's face turned pale, and the light curtain hanging down from the sea bell suddenly brightened. The great magical power that Dongkuan Laozu used to push the waves was weakened by the sound waves of the sea bell, and then the light curtain hanging down from the sea bell suppressed the waves on the sea and protected Xianglu Laozu again. This was the advantage of a spirit treasure that could attack and defend. Although Xianglu Laozu did not condense a great magical power like Dongkuan Laozu, the quality of the sea bell was far above that of the sea transferring order. To put it bluntly, the sea transferring order and the great magical power of push the waves were more inclined to support, not a real attacking treasure and skill. That was why Xianglu Laozu could barely resist the attack when he used the sea bell with all his strength. However, although the sea bell once again protected Xianglu Laozu, behind Xianglu Laozu, Zhongshi's attack had already rushed over with lightning speed. Great magical power! Xianglu Laozu let out a strange cry. His whole body surged with vital energy, and a layer of obvious airwaves exploded from Xianglu Laozu's body, directly merging into the protective light curtain around him and the sea bell above his head. Lu Ping, who was at the bottom of the sea, saw clearly through the flashing cyan light curtain that Xianglu Laozu had no time to use the vital energy in his body, so he forced the vital energy in his blood out of his body. Although this could maximize the output of his vital energy in a very short time and exert its power to the extreme, it was a great harm to the cultivator's body. Although the sea bell was helped by Xianglu Laozu's desperate vital energy, and even the originally dark body of the bell began to shine with a hazy luster, he did not see that in Zhongshi's hand, there was a long sword shining with orange-red blur. Spiritual treasure. The cyan light in Lu Ping's eyes shone brightly. Lu Ping had seen such a spiritual treasure in the hands of Jiang Tianlin Laozu. It was the kind of spiritual treasure that was snatched from Bloodshorer and transformed after passing the Thunder Tribulation. Previously, he had only heard that the Sea Flame sect had killed a Bloodshorer during the Ice War and obtained a companion spiritual treasure. Later, the patriarchs of the Four Small Forces had also obtained a companion spiritual treasure. However, he had never heard that the Blue Sea sect had also obtained a companion spiritual treasure, and it seemed that they had successfully passed the Thunder Retribution. The Blue Sea sect hid so deeply, and if one wanted to transform the spiritual treasure, they must have a master crafting instrument. When did the Blue Sea sect have a master crafting instrument? Previously, he had heard from his teacher that the Blue Sea sect had only accumulated 4 spiritual treasures after tens of thousands of years of inheritance. The number was similar to that of Zhenling, but these 4 spiritual treasures were all First Tribulation spiritual treasures, and 2 of them, including the Sea Transferring Order, were more inclined to support spiritual treasures. From this point of view, the foundation of the Blue Sea sect was still not as good as Zhenling. Not to mention that the 4 spiritual treasures passed down by Zhenling were treasures with extremely strong attack power, Just the second tribulation spiritual treasure that Tian Xiong Laozu controlled was enough to suppress everything. Moreover, although the wind and snow fans that were controlled by Tian Fan and Tian Shui were only first tribulation spiritual treasures, the two were a pair. Under the situation where Tian Fan and Tian Shui performed a joint attack, the power of the two spiritual treasures combined could even barely compete with a second tribulation spiritual treasure. Otherwise, Junling would not have been able to compete with Dao Sheng Laozu for so many years with the cultivation of two middle Dharma plane cultivators. However, unknowingly, the Blue Sea sect actually had another first tribulation spiritual treasure. Although the spiritual treasure that was transformed from a companion spiritual treasure was somewhat uneven, it was after all a longsword spiritual treasure with extremely strong attack power. In the hands of Zhong Shi, who was also famous for his swordsmanship, it was even more complementing. Pu. The light curtain that the Blue Sea bell hung down was instantly pierced by the long sword. Although the spiritual treasure longsword could no longer move forward, the sword chi that shot out from the tip of the sword directly shattered the defensive treasure that Xiong Lu Laozu hurriedly took out. Then, it pierced through the protective vigor chi, leaving two bloody holes on Xiong Lu Laozu's shoulders. The orange-red spiritual treasure flying sword struck back. Xiong Lu Laozu mobilized his true yuan to suppress the numerous sword chi that were rampaging in his blood vessels and wreaking havoc. However, the other Blue Sea sect cultivators at the side would not give him the chance. He Shiyun and Wang Shiqing worked together to attack again. Dongkuan Laozu also held the sea transfer order above his head, preparing to use a great divine power to destroy the defense of the Blue Sea Bell in one fell swoop and kill Xiong Lu Laozu completely. However, the few people who were fighting fiercely did not notice that under the seawater, an invisible stream of water was rapidly shooting towards the battlefield. Zhong Shi seriously injured Xiong Lu Laozu with one strike. Just as he was about to use his sword technique again to kill Xiong Lu Laozu while the other three sect members worked together to restrain Xiong Lu Laozu, his divine telekinesis suddenly captured something in the surroundings. Zhong Shi was indeed worthy of being the second-generation disciple of North Sea with the most potential. He was on par with Jiang Tianlin Laozu. Although Lu Ping had tried his best to restrain himself, Zhong Shi still discovered something. "Oh no, junior brother Shiqing, be careful." Zhong Shi's expression changed drastically. He turned the blood-orange sword and was about to slash behind Wang Shiqing. Wang Shiqing also seemed to sense the approaching danger at this moment. The magic treasure that was originally aimed at Xiong Lu Laozu was retracted with all his might to protect himself. However, the speed of the danger had clearly exceeded his expectations. A voice sounded in his ear, causing Wang Shiqing's hair to stand on end. "If I were you, I'd better stand still and not move." He felt a chill on his neck, and a blue flying sword suddenly appeared on his neck. Behind him, there was an explosion as if countless metals were colliding with each other in mid-air. Zhong Shi's furious roar was followed by the exclamations of He Shiyun and Patriarch Dongkuan, who were in front of him, as well as the looks of disbelief on their faces. Chapter 964. The blood-orange sword streaked across the surface of the sea like a bright blood-red light. Just as it was about to slash Wang Shiqing's back, a sword light leaped out of the sea like a dragon emerging from the water, blocking the blood-orange sword. The blood-orange sword flipped in the air, and countless blood-red sword lights rained down. The two sword lights also transformed into countless sword lights that swam towards the blood-orange sword. Countless explosions sounded like cold water being poured into a pot of boiling oil. The sound of metal clashing rose and fell, and the water mist that had been scattered by the sword chi was once again cut down by the crisscrossing sword lights until it was as small as it could be. Finally, it became a fine mist that floated in mid-air, gradually rising up and spreading out. If there had been a practitioner with a lower level of practice here, even if he had not been killed by the sound of the sword, he would have been torn to pieces by the sword chi that filled the sky. At this moment, the water spirit sword's sneak attack had succeeded. A dignified early Dharma adept had actually been captured by someone in one move. Thin water flowing sword, Zhenling, Lu Shenping. Zhong Shi's face was ashen as he roared out word by word. The blood-orange sword returned without success, and the exploding water mist on the surface of the sea gradually dissipated. Lu Ping stood quietly on the surface of the sea behind Wang Shiqing, a smile on his face. The water spirit sword floated in the air on its own, pressing against Wang Shiqing's neck. A thin line of blood was already flowing down his skin. Lu Ping nodded slightly and smiled. Senior Zhongxi, long time no see. Your level of practice and swordsmanship have improved greatly. I am truly impressed. On the other side, the sudden change of events had caused the battle between Xianglo Laozu and the two Dharma adepts, Dong Kuan and He Shiyun, to stop. However, Dong Kuan and He Shiyun, together with Zhongxi, who was facing off against Lu Ping, were still surrounding Xianglo Laozu. Zhongxi did not reply to Lu Ping's words. Instead, it was Dong Kuan and Laozu who were beside him who said angrily, "How dare you? Do you know how much trouble you've caused? You kidnapped a cultivator from our sect. Is Zhenling's sect ready to start a war with us because of you?" Dong Kuan and Laozu's threats were clever. It was obvious that only Lu Ping had appeared, so it was definitely not Zhenling who had received the news. It must have been Lu Ping who had just arrived. Kidnapping a sect's Laozu was not a big deal, but it was not a small matter either. Two of a sect. It was not a big deal, but it was not a small matter. It was not to be a small matter. Was to be. Offending a sect for a lone practitioner was clearly not of a sect. The meaning behind Patriarch Dong Kuan's words was very simple. Don't drag the entire sect down because of your hot-headedness. However, he didn't know that after the incident with Lu Shuheng, Lu Ping dared to attack again because he had already weighed the pros and cons and had a plan in his heart. Lu Ping was polite on the surface, but the aqua sword on Wang Shiqing's neck did not loosen at all. Instead, it tightened. More blood flowed out from the wound on Wang Shiqing's neck. Lu Ping was polite on the surface, but the aqua sword on Wang Shiqing's neck did not loosen at all. Instead, it tightened even more. More blood flowed out from the wound on Wang Shiqing's neck. A stream of sword qi cut into the wound through the toughness of the netherwater sword, completely wiping out the Zhenqi ancestor Wang Shiqing had secretly accumulated. The sharp sword qi moved freely in Wang Shiqing's blood vessels, causing Wang Shiqing's own Zhenqi to be utterly destroyed. When Zhongxi saw the pain on Wang Shiqing's face, he guessed what was going on. He said anxiously, "Junior brother Wang, don't be impatient. This person has already advanced to the Dharma stage. Don't resist unnecessarily." Lu Ping was still calm, but he ignored the people from the Blue Sea sect. Instead, he turned to Xionglu Laozu, who was taking the opportunity to suppress his internal injuries and recover his inner yuan. "Elder Xionglu, what do you say?" The faces of the Blue Sea sect cultivators darkened. Lu Ping's intentions were obvious. If not for the Bell of the Sea, would he be willing to take such a big risk? Xionglu Laozu knew that he was facing a choice. Should he take the opportunity to escape, or should he stand on Zhenling's side? Ancestor Xionglu knew that if he were to seize this opportunity to flee now, then not to mention whether Lu Tianping would help him hold back one or two people from the Azure Sea sect, even if Lu Tianping helped him, he wouldn't just offend the Azure Sea sect. In this way, Xionglu Laozu could only stand on Zhenling's side. If he escaped this time, he would at least have Zhenling's protection. Moreover, if he fell into the hands of the Blue Sea sect, even if he did not die, the Bell of the Sea would definitely not be handed over to him. But if he stood on Zhenling's side, although the Bell of the Sea was precious, it had no other meaning to Zhenling other than increasing his battle power. Since that was the case, it was the same in the hands of any Dharma adept. Under such circumstances, Zhenling would definitely care about his reputation, and the Bell of the Sea would most likely end up in his hands. Otherwise, what would the cultivators, families, and forces that had come to join Zhenling because of his rise to power? Furthermore, after this battle, Xionglu Laozu was somewhat disheartened. Although he had the Bell of the Sea, his own strength was not that great. Even Dong Kuan Laozu, with just a sea transferring order, was able to attack more and defend less. One must know that the power of the Blue Sea sect was far above that of the sea transferring order. Not to mention people like Zhongxi. The protection of the Bell of the Sea was not even an impenetrable wall in front of him. Thinking about how even people like Zhongxi were so powerful, what kind of level would Junling's Jiang Tianlin have reached? Moreover, Junling was a sect with a great cultivator. Receiving such protection was better than being a lonely ghost in the North Sea all these years. Thinking about this, Xionglu Laozu also smiled and said, "That's good too. Today, the old man will meet with you from the Blue Sea sect." Ha ha ha. Lu Ping let out a long laugh and waved his hand, pressing it on Wang Shiqing's back. Wang Shiqing's body leaned forward, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. The leaders of the Blue Sea sect were all shocked, but they quickly realized that Wang Shiqing was not dead. He was just seriously injured and his cultivation was sealed. After what had happened to Lu Shuheng, Lu Ping naturally did not dare to easily kill Laozu from other sects, especially in broad daylight. The various sects in the cultivation world naturally had their limits. Unless it was a matter of life and death, they naturally would not act recklessly. Otherwise, with the strength of the Dharma Laozu, if they really went on a killing spree, no sect could bear such a loss. Even so, Lu Ping naturally would not keep a potential threat by his side. This palm strike directly scattered the spiritual ether in Wang Shiqing's blood. The force penetrated the core space, and Wang Shiqing's Dharma power was pierced. Although this kind of injury did not completely destroy his cultivation, it was probably much more difficult for him to recover than Tian Cheng Laozu. "How dare you!" He Shiyun roared and was about to pounce on Lu Ping, but was unexpectedly stopped by Zhongxi. Looking at He Shiyun's puzzled expression, Zhongxi said directly, "You are no match for him. First, hold Xiong Lu with Uncle Master Dong Kuan. Wait until this kid is taken care of first." Zhongxi did not care about the flash of shock in He Shiyun's eyes after hearing his words. He shook the blood-orange sword in his hand and shot towards Lu Ping. It was not that He Shiyun was shocked by what Zhongxi had said. Lu Tianping could kill Blood Azura when he was at the peak of the core forging realm. Now that he had advanced to the Dharma power stage, He Shiyun did not think that he was a match for him. However, the reason why He Shiyun looked for Lu Ping was actually very simple. Xiong Lu Laozu was already injured. As long as He Shiyun held Lu Tianping back, when Zhongxi and Dong Kuan Laozu joined forces to take care of Xiong Lu Laozu, and the Sea Bell would return to the Blue Sea sect, they would have won this battle. Of course, when that time came, if Lu Tianping still did not know what was good for him and retreated, even if he could not kill him, he would make him suffer. It would be best if this greatest talent of Junling was cut off from his path of advancement. Zhongxi naturally didn't know what He Shiyun was thinking, but he still refused without the slightest hesitation. What did that mean? It meant that He Shiyun, couldn't even wait for Zhongxi and Patriarch Dong Kuan to join forces and defeat Xiong Lu. Was Lu Tianping really that strong? He Shiyun then looked at Wang Shiqing, who was seriously injured and struggling to float on the surface of the sea. He remembered the scene of Lu Ping subduing Wang Shiqing with one move, and his heart palpitated for no reason. He raised the Dharma treasure in his hand and hurriedly attacked Xiong Lu Laozu, who was already in a fierce battle with Dong Kuan Laozu. The long sword in Zhongxi's hand shot towards Lu Ping, but he said, "Today is a lucky day. Our sect wants to take back the Sea Bell, but I did not expect that you would even send over the thin water-flowing sword. I heard that the cloud sail is also with you. This time, all of Laozu's relics will be returned to their rightful owners." Lu Ping laughed involuntarily and said, "Senior Zhong, are you a little too confident in yourself? Do you really think that you can get these things from me so easily?" Zhongxi snorted coldly and said, "Why don't you try and find out? Previously, you were able to withstand my great waves washing away the sand swordsmanship. I think that after advancing to the Dharma stage, you must have formed your own natural great spells. I just don't know how many of my natural great spells you can withstand." Lu Ping combined his swords and with the blood-orange sword, they once again created sparks in the sky. Then, his face turned serious and he said, "Senior, please enlighten me." Zhongxi did not say much. With a flick of the blood-orange sword, the sword chi that filled the sky was like an omnipresent gale. Formless giant waves surged and rushed towards Lu Ping. Natural great spell, sword technique of high wind and waves. Lu Ping's two swords stirred and layers of seawater surged up, colliding with Zhong Xiyi's invisible sword wolf. Waves of vital energy and sword qi collided, causing the powers of both sides to cancel each other out. However, the entire sea started to shake, as if the endless power had been transferred to the seawater. Lu Ping also used his natural great spell, Thousand Snowsword technique. Seeing this, Zhong Xiyi straightened his palms and pushed forward. Previously, Lu Ping had seen this great spell from Dongquan Laozu, adding fuel to the fire. The sword technique of high wind and waves that was originally starting to weaken suddenly received a boost and surged again, suppressing the Thousand Snowsword technique. Similarly, Lu Ping remained unfazed. Suddenly, 1,000 waves surged into the sky and a wave of swordsmanship instantly crushed Zhong Xiyi's swordsmanship wave. Then, the swordsmanship wave surged towards Zhong Xiyi. The originally calm Zhong Xiyi's expression finally changed. Chapter 965. Counting from the moment Zhong Xiyi tried to stop Lu Ping from subduing Wang Shiqing, during the battle, Zhong Xiyi had cast a total of 3 great innate techniques: great waves washing away the sand, high winds and turbulent waves, and adding fuel to the waves. However, Lu Ping had also consecutively displayed the seeping water sword technique, the Thousand Snowsword technique, and the Great River Flowing East sword technique, which were his 3 great magical powers. What made Zhong Xiyi's expression change was not only because Lu Ping, who had just entered the Dharma stage, was able to condense 3 great magical powers, but also because the last great magical power, the Great River Flowing East sword technique, had actually crushed his swordsmanship magical powers in one fell swoop, and was mightily counterattacking him. This was not something that a practitioner of the early Dharma stage could do. Zhong Xiyi swept his sword horizontally, and a color that could only be seen when water and sky met suddenly appeared in front of Zhong Xiyi and behind him. It was as if Zhong Xiyi was suddenly standing at the edge of the sky and the edge of the sea. The Great River Flowing East sword technique was slashed horizontally by an orange-red sword light that resembled the sunset glow. Although the sword light that resembled the sunset glow was somewhat weakened, it continued to cut through the air towards Lu Ping's waist. Lu Ping laughed coldly and said, "The ocean and sky line great magical power, the vast sea sword technique is only SOSO. After saying that, the thin water flowing sword slashed horizontally, and the same strange scene of the ocean and sky meeting flashed behind Lu Ping. The same sword light flashed horizontally, and the thin water flowing sword's 2 sword lights collided with Zhong Xiyi's sword light, and the 3 of them were annihilated at the same time. Zhong Xiyi had long been shocked to the point of numbness by this junior practitioner in front of him today, and he said bitterly, "How did you master the vast sea sword technique?" The thin water unstoppable sword rose up slowly on both sides of Lu Ping. Lu Ping smiled and said, "Senior Zhong, you must have forgotten that with the thin water unstoppable sword in my hands, I would naturally be able to learn the vast ocean sword technique." Zhong Xiyi was stunned when he heard that. Dongquan Laozu, who was fighting with Xionglu Laozu in the distance, said, "Founding Master Vast Sea recorded the art of the vast sea in the thin water flowing sword and passed it on to our sect. 3,000 years ago, the thin water flowing sword was lost, but our sect kept a copy of the art of the vast sea. After a long time, except for the first generation of cultivators in our sect, no one knows that the original cultivation method of the art of the vast sea is hidden in the thin water flowing sword." Lu Ping laughed involuntarily and said, "So it turns out that Senior Zhong doesn't know that the true inheritance of your sect is actually hidden within these 2 flying sword." Zhong Xiyi snorted coldly. "If that's the case, I'll return the flying sword to its rightful owner." Zhong Xiyi held the blood-orange sword vertically in front of his chest. A blood-orange sword gleam shot into the sky, and the entire world seemed to be dyed in the color of blood. "Since you already know the art of the vast sea and have mastered the straight line of the sea and sky, then you should be familiar with the supreme sword technique of the art of the vast sea. I just don't know to what extent you have mastered this supreme sword technique." Although Lu Ping had dabbled in the art of the vast sea and had mastered the straight line of the sea and sky, it was not his natural power of divinity. The reason why he could take on Zhong Xiyi's natural power of the straight line of the sea and sky was because this sword technique had been greatly weakened when he cut off the Great River Flows East. However, Zhongshui had clearly condensed the 4 basic great divine powers of the art of the vast sea into the divine power seeds, and became his natural power of divinity. Although Zhongshui said that he wanted to see the art of the vast sea that Lu Ping had mastered, but Lu Ping was not stupid enough to use his own weakness to attack his opponent's strength. The execution of supreme power usually brought about a huge astronomical phenomenon. Just like now, the blood-orange sword gleam shot into the sky, and the surrounding space was dyed in the color of blood from the sword gleam in Zhongshui's hand. Even though the surging waves on the surface of the sea would immediately merge into the sea after entering the space that was enveloped by the blood gleam, and the entire surface of the sea instantly became calm, like a mirror. However, Lu Ping could feel the hidden undercurrent from the calm surface of the sea. It was like a hidden monster that could attack at any time. The art of the vast sea's natural power of divinity swordsmanship, difficult to calm the vast sea. Lu Ping's face was solemn, and he quickly retreated. However, the blood gleam continued to stretch as Lu Ping retreated, and it always enveloped Lu Ping in the blood gleam. It's useless. What can you do if you can escape to the ends of the world when you are the target of the supreme power? Zhongshui chuckled and pointed the blood-orange sword at Lu Ping from afar. A blood gleam flashed and disappeared. When it appeared again, it was already in front of Lu Ping. Lu Ping dodged to the side, and suddenly realized that there was another blood gleam in the sea below the previous blood gleam. Mirror image. The blood gleam in the sea suddenly broke through the surface of the sea and drew a symmetrical arc with the previous blood gleam from both sides, stabbing towards Lu Ping. However, when the blood gleam broke through the surface of the sea, there were no ripples on the surface of the sea. It was still as calm as a mirror. Lu Ping brandished his swords and slashed at the 2 blood-red rays. The 2 blood-red rays shattered into countless specks of light that filled the sky. However, these light fragments were like seeds. Then, they stretched and expanded, forming flashing blood gleam sword chi. At the same time, the shadows of the blood gleam sword chi that were reflected in the sea also emerged from the surface of the sea at the same time. The blood gleam sword chi in the entire world suddenly doubled, almost filling the entire world. There was no place for Lu Ping to hide. Lu Ping's expression was solemn, but there was no panic on his face. Facing the blood gleam sword chi that came from all directions, Lu Ping's dual flying swords suddenly twisted, and pairs of sword lights separated from the long flowing swords. With Lu Ping as the center, the sword auras multiplied exponentially. In the blink of an eye, 129,600 sword auras surged around Lu Ping and collided with the blood-red sword auras. The entire world was stirred up by the overwhelming sword auras and sword auras. The vibrations in the air caused pitch-black cracks to appear in the air, and countless shattered space fragments were annihilated along with the sword auras around them. Patriarch Xiong Lu and Patriarch Dong Kuan had already stopped fighting at the sight of such a tyrannical and brutal scene. He Shiyun risked her life and rushed to the front. She brought Wang Shiqing, who was floating on the surface of the sea, out and hid far away. At this point, the battle between the two sides was already meaningless. Xiong Lu Laozu had the ocean bell. Even if he could not defeat Dongkuan Laozu and He Shiyun, the two of them would not be able to do anything to the bell's defense. Without the others holding him back, Xiong Lu Laozu could use the ocean bell to break out of the encirclement at any time. The reason why he remained here was to wait for the result of the battle between Lu Ping and Zhongshui, so that he could give Junling an explanation in the future. Not to mention, the might that Lu Ping had displayed could practically shake the entire North Sea, so Xiong Lu Laozu could not and did not dare to leave. At this moment, the world that seemed to have turned into a world of swords suddenly changed again. It was as if a god had placed a stirrer in the world, and the entire world of swords began to stir. Xiong Lu Laozu did not understand what was happening, but Dongkuan Laozu and He Shiyun, who were at the side, looked at each other in shock. This was not a scene formed by the supreme technique of the ocean sword technique, so there was only one possibility. This was Lu Tianping launching a counterattack. The defense of the seeping sword technique could simply be described as airtight, but the blood-colored sword lights that were derived from the supreme ability unflattened vast ocean were even more boundless, especially on the surface of the sea that was as flat as a mirror. Every time a sword light left a reflection on the surface of the mirror, a new sword light would immediately emerge from beneath the surface of the sea. However, Lu Ping's use of the seeping sword technique was only a delaying tactic. Just when the endless sword gleams could not threaten Lu Ping for the time being, the thin water unending sword had already been raised again. In the core space, the Dharma form of the dragon spat out the pure yang pearl from its mouth, and then a stream of origin essence was spat on the pure yang pearl. Lines of runes began to flash, and the pure yang pearl shone with a bluish-purple light. The countless seeping sword chi surrounding Lu Ping began to gather towards the thin water unending sword, and a huge whirlpool of sword gleams began to form with Lu Ping as the center. Moreover, the range of the whirlpool became wider and wider, and countless sword chi were sucked into it. When the 129,600 sword gleams were sucked into the whirlpool, the entire world that was filled with sword gleams began to shake. Countless blood-red sword gleams attempted to attack the whirlpool, disrupting the expansion of the whirlpool. However, without exception, they were all swallowed up by the whirlpool. The powerful sword chi that the dark gleams carried was instead assimilated and used by the whirlpool, causing the whirlpool to expand once again, and its power gradually increased as well. Zhong Shiri had already felt that something was wrong. He attempted to retract the blood-red sword gleams, wanting to regain control of the innate supreme power of restless vast ocean. However, he suddenly realized that the sky full of blood-red sword gleams was breaking away from his control, like moths flying into a flame, one after another, towards the whirlpool of sword techniques. Zhong Shiri could already feel the unparalleled power in the whirlpool of sword techniques, which was like mushrooms after the rain. This was the power of a supreme power, and it was the power of an innate supreme power. He was only at the early Dharma stage, how could he condense an innate supreme power? Furthermore, it was obvious that the power and profoundness of this supreme divine ability was above that of the vast sea sword technique. What kind of supreme divine ability and sword technique was this? How many basic divine abilities did he use to finally condense the seed of such a powerful supreme divine ability? Zhong Shi seemed to have an illusion that in the face of this supreme divine power, all the sword techniques and divine powers in the world should be disintegrated and worshipped. They should all return to their roots and take it as their duty to integrate into it. The supreme power of swordsmanship. At this moment, it finally displayed its unparalleled power in the world of cultivators. For the first time, Zhong Shi finally revealed a look of horror in the face of Lu Ping's power. On the surface of the sea in the southwest of the Northwest Sea, the senior sword gleam that covered a radius of thousands of feet finally collapsed. A beam of blood-red light flew out from within and landed beside Dongkuan Laozu. "Shi, how are you?" Dongkuan Laozu asked anxiously as he looked at Zhong Shi's abnormally bright red face. Zhong Shi moved his lips and said, "Let's go." Then, a stream of blood shot out from his mouth. Dongkuan Laozu's expression changed drastically. He reached out to support Zhong Shi and flew in the direction of the vast ocean sect without looking back. He Shiyun, who was at the side, saw this and knew the result. She reached out to carry Wang Shiqing on her shoulder and also flew away. Before Xianglo Laozu could recover from his shock, Lu Ping was already walking towards him from the collapsing world of sword gleams. In the Battle of the Northwest Sea, the early Dharma adept Zhenling, Lu Tianping, defeated the mid-Dharma adept Zhong Shi of the vast ocean sect with his innate supreme power. Zhong Shi escaped with serious injuries, and Lu Tianping Laozu's name shook the North Sea. Chapter 966. Zhong Shi, among the second generation of North Sea cultivators, was second only to Jiang Tianlin in terms of cultivation potential. His swordsmanship was also known as the best among the second generation of North Sea cultivators. After advancing to the mid-Dharma stage, he had mastered the vast sea sword technique of the vast sea sect. Yet, he had been defeated just like that. Without any suspense, he had been defeated by Lu Tianping. Among the third generation of North Sea cultivators, he was known as the best in terms of cultivation. His swordsmanship was second to none in North Sea, and he was able to master the best in terms of swordsmanship after advancing to the early Dharma stage. In the Battle of the Northwest Sea, Lu Tianping Laozu, who had disappeared from North Sea for 10 years, had announced his return. Zhenling was ranked 14th, and Laozu, the first Dharma disciple among the third generation, walked to the front of the stage. With 3 generations of Dharma powers under the same roof, Zhenling's sect had fulfilled the first requirement to become a large sect. The news of Lu Ping's victory over Zhong Shi was like a sudden clap of thunder. Not only did it shock the entire North Sea cultivation world, but it also affected the East Sea cultivation world and the Central Mainland cultivation world. Xiong Lu Laozu looked at Lu Ping with a complicated expression and said, "Brother Tianping, today's battle has brought glory to North Sea. Xiong Lu will congratulate you in advance." Strictly speaking, Xiong Lu Laozu should be of the same generation as Tian Fan and Tian Shui, the 2 Laozu. However, this time, he lowered his stance and congratulated Lu Ping with the tone of someone of the same generation. Other than because he was under Zhenling's protection, it was also because he wanted to show respect to Lu Ping. Lu Ping smiled and said, "Senior, you flatter me. Actually, this time, senior joining our sect is enough to shock North Sea." Xiong Lu Laozu waved his hand and said with a smile, "You can't compare, you can't compare." The old man only relied on this sea bell. After a pause, Xiong Lu Laozu said, "If that's the case, shouldn't we leave this place as soon as possible? The battle just now caused quite a commotion. I'm afraid that some Dharma adepts have already noticed the commotion here and will rush over to check it out soon." Lu Ping said, "There's no hurry. Let's go to the bottom of the sea and take a look." Xiong Lu Laozu did not know what was going on, but he still followed behind Lu Ping and dove into the depths of the sea. From afar, Xiong Lu Laozu could see that there seemed to be something under a colorful light screen at the bottom of the sea. It looked like it was shivering. Xiong Lu Laozu looked at Lu Ping in amazement and said, "It's so deep at the bottom of the sea, and my friend Lu Ping's divine will can actually detect that someone is hiding. The old man is really impressed." Lu Ping laughed loudly and said, "Senior, you've misunderstood. In fact, it was I who came here first to investigate a mine. I didn't expect to come across the matter of the sea sect besieging Senior." However, Lu Ping looked at the shivering 5 elements cloud glow robe and felt really helpless. At the bottom of the sea, even if Lu Ping and Zhong Shi's supreme power duel had reached here, the power would be weakened to the point where it could only stir up the mud at the bottom of the sea. Moreover, this 5 elements cloud glow robe was a spirit-nurturing treasure with 8 treasures. Most of its effects were on defense. How could it frighten Zhenren Xianwei, who was hiding under the 5 elements cloud glow robe, to such an extent? Moreover, other than defense, the 5 elements cloud glow robe also had the effect of hiding. But now, the hiding effect of the 5 elements robe was obviously not used. Instead, the 5 rays of light were like a lighthouse at the bottom of the sea. Fortunately, this battle was won by Lu Ping. If Lu Ping was really defeated and the sea sect's cultivators dived to the bottom of the sea to check, this guy would probably be exposed in front of them before they discovered him. Lu Ping kept the 5 elements cloud glow robe in a bad mood. When Zhenren Xianwei saw that the person who came was Lu Ping, the fear on his face immediately turned into a smile and he said, "Junior Lu, I knew that you would definitely be able to return safe and sound." At this moment, Zhenren Xianwei then noticed Xiong Lu Laozu who was behind Lu Ping. That unparalleled aura surged, showing that this person was undoubtedly a Dharma phase Laozu. At this moment, Zhenren Xianwei then noticed that after the battle with Zhong Shi, Lu Ping's aura was temporarily unable to be concealed because of the true vitality fluctuation. Impressively, he was also in the Dharma phase. Zhenren Xianwei looked at Lu Ping as if he had seen a ghost. He suddenly stuttered and said, Lu Tianping, Master, Laozu." Lu Ping hurriedly said, all right, senior brother, you can just call me junior brother. I believe you have heard of the name behind me. It is Senior Xiong Lu. You have met him first." Zhenren Xianwei had yet to recover from the sudden change in Lu Ping's identity. When he heard what was said, he only nodded at Xiong Lu Laozu and said, "Greetings, Senior Xiong Lu." Xiong Lu Laozu saw that Zhenren Xianwei was like this but he didn't mind. He just waved his hand and didn't say anything. Lu Ping pushed Zhenren Xianwei and said, "Senior brother Xianwei, you can activate the pulse detection array. You have to be quick." There might be people coming here in a while. Zhenren Shenwei seemed to have woken up from a dream and said, "Oh, hurry up, it will be done soon." But when he turned around, he was stunned. He then slowly turned his head back and said, "Junior brother, who did you say this Laozu was?" Lu Ping was defeated by this superb senior brother until he had no temper, so he said, "You activate the array first." Zhenren Shenwei then obediently placed the spiritual stones around him again. Then, he condensed his true vitality and sent it into the core of the array. Boom! Another strong earthquake came from the depths of the sea. Enlightened being Shenwei regained his vigor in a short while. He shouted, "Great! Great!" Another small scale or vein. At this time, Xionglu Laozu also saw something and asked, "Senior brother, this is a mineral prospector." As expected of an old demon who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, his knowledge and experience were really great. Through Zhenren Xuanwei's identity as a mineral prospector and Lu Ping's extraordinary strength, Xionglu Laozu could even think of something. Lu Ping glanced at him and said, "That's right." Xionglu Laozu nodded thoughtfully and didn't say anything. Lu Ping waited for Zhenren Shenwei to erase the traces of the mineral vein exploration array at the bottom of the sea before he and Xionglu Laozu hurriedly dived towards Qianling Mountain from the bottom of the sea. Not long after the three of them left, a few rays of light flashed in the sky. First, there were core forging cultivators who came to investigate. Not long after, a few rays of light that cut through the space appeared on the sea surface one after another. A few Laozu also checked the nearby sea surface. Some even dived to the bottom of the sea to investigate, but other than knowing that there was an extremely fierce battle nearby, they ultimately found nothing and left not long after. On the way back to Qianling Mountain, Lu Ping asked Zhenren Shenwei, "How much do you think the mixed mineral reserves in the 3 mineral veins that you found are roughly?" Zhenren Shenwei pondered for a moment and said, "Now, we only confirmed the existence of the mineral vein. If we want to know the exact reserves, we still have to wait until we excavate the ores and find out the direction of the branch veins. However, the reserves should at least be a quarter of that medium-sized mineral vein." Lu Ping said happily, "That's not a small amount." Then, Lu Ping thought of something again and smiled at Zhenren Shenwei. "I still have to congratulate you for pointing out 3 mineral veins in one go, 2 of which are small mineral veins. This time, you can be considered to have solidified your position as a mineral prospector. You can hold your head high." Zhenren Shenwei smiled so widely that his face was about to blossom. He said, "Isn't this all because of junior brother Lu's support?" When the 3 of them were still at the bottom of the sea, Lu Ping's Dharma idol had already returned to Qianling Mountain. He reported in detail the location of the mineral vein that Zhenren Shenwei had found, as well as the battle between Xionglu Laozu and the Azure Sea Sect's cultivators. Putting aside how Liu Qianling Laozu and the other Dharma idols of Zhenling would react after learning that Lu Ping had heavily injured Wang Shiqing and defeated Zhong Shi, Lu Ping didn't want the sect to show any neglect. After all, Xionglu Laozu had a great reputation among the rogue cultivators. Lu Ping didn't want the sect to do anything out of line because of the Azure Sea Bell. In reality, Lu Ping was obviously worrying for nothing. Tian Xiong Laozu and Tianling Laozu, who were able to manage Zhenling to this extent, would not do something so stupid as to kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. When Lu Ping and Xionglu Laozu arrived at Qianling Mountain, all the Dharma idols of Qianling Mountain, under the leadership of Tian Xiong Laozu, came out to welcome Xionglu Laozu's arrival. This caused Xionglu Laozu to be extremely terrified, and he was overwhelmed by the favor. After the 2 sides met, it was inevitable for them to exchange greetings. Xionglu Laozu said to Tian Xiong Laozu, "This calamity is all thanks to the help of brother Tianping. This time, the old man has also obtained a place to rest. Mara's calamity is not over yet, so if there is anything that your sect needs, the old man will definitely do his best." Lu Ping could tell that Xionglu Laozu was actually testing Zhenling's attitude towards the Azure Sea Bell, and the other Zhenling Laozu could naturally tell as well. Tian Myriad Grand Master laughed and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiong, don't worry. You have the Tsanghai Bell with you. You will definitely need fellow Daoist's help. When the time comes, I'm afraid we will need fellow Daoist's help." Tianling Laozu also said, Senior Xiong, you just need to focus on cultivating in our sect. The Azure Sea Bell is extremely important in dealing with Mara's calamity. Our sect will definitely protect you. From their words, it was obvious that they were also promising Xiong Lu Laozu that Zhenling definitely had no intention of coveting the Azure Sea Bell. With the promise from Zhenling's sect's great cultivator and the sect leader, the smile on Xiong Lu Laozu's face became even brighter. After the two sides exchanged greetings, Tian Shu led Xiong Lu Laozu to see the cave that was prepared for him. As for Tianling Laozu, he was also busy arranging the Zhenling cultivators to secretly excavate the 3 mineral veins that Daoist Shenwei discovered in the Northwest Sea. On the other hand, Tian Xiong Grand Ancestor and the others stared at Lu Ping as if they were admiring a monstrous genius, or as if they were looking at a monster. Tian Xiong Laozu coughed and said, All of you, come to my place. As soon as he finished speaking, Tian Xiong Laozu's silhouette disappeared. After that, Tian Fan, Tian Shui, Tian Kang and the other Laozu also left one after another. Lu Ping followed behind Tian Feng and Laozu, heading towards Tian Xiong Laozu's cave. Chapter 967. In that case, during the battle in the Northwest Sea region, Zhong Shui had used 4 innate great divine abilities, and then used another innate supreme divine ability. It was the Azure Sea sect's direct lineage supreme sword art divine ability, Raging Ocean, which was formed from the fusion of the 4 innate great divine abilities as a basic divine ability. After listening to Lu Ping's explanation, Tianxiang Laozu said slowly, Do you think that Zhong Shui still has other natural great spells that he has not used? Hearing this, Lu Ping lowered his head and thought for a moment, as if recalling the previous battle between the two of them. Then, he shook his head and said, I don't know. This Zhong Shui is known as the second-generation disciple of the North Sea, second only to Uncle Tianlin. He usually hides his strength very well. If I hadn't met him today, I'm afraid that the North Sea training world would not even know that he has advanced to the mid-Dharma stage. However, from the battle between me and him, even if Zhong Shui has some natural great spells that he has not used, it is unlikely that he has any more natural great spells. Elder Tianfeng sucked in a breath of cold air and said, Stop, wait a moment. It's impossible to have a second natural supreme mystique. It's already tiring for us to form a natural supreme mystique avatar, but you guys are already counting down the number of supreme mystiques. Since when did natural supreme mystiques become so common among the Dharma adepts of the North Sea? Tianfeng Laozu had advanced to the Dharma stage for decades, but his level of practice was not even close to the mid-Dharma stage. Not long ago, he heard that with the help of Tianxiang Laozu, he had successfully condensed a natural great spell. He was originally feeling very good about himself, but who would have thought that the battle between Lu Ping and Zhong Shui would have to use natural great spells? The condensation of a natal supreme divine ability required at least 3 basic natal great divine abilities. However, Zhong Shui's natal supreme sword art, Unstoppable Vast Ocean, was formed by 4 basic natal great divine abilities. How could Ancestor Heavenly Wind not feel so discouraged? Tianshan Laozu smiled bitterly and said, Senior brother Tianfeng, at least you managed to condense a natal great magic power, but I'm stuck at the last step. I'm still 1 step away from condensing the seed of magic power. The condensation of the natal great magical power was the easiest when a practitioner was about to advance to the Dharma stage. However, it was extremely difficult to start accumulating remarkable power talismans before advancing to the Dharma stage. After advancing to the Dharma stage, it was extremely easy to accumulate remarkable power talismans, but it was extremely difficult to condense remarkable power talismans into remarkable power seeds and inscribe them on the Dharma power. The two could be said to be opposites. The former process was difficult, but the result was easy, while the latter process was easy, but the result was difficult. Tian Kang Laozu looked at Lu Ping, shook his head and said, Monster. The old man has been practicing for hundreds of years, and now that he has advanced to the mid-Dharma stage, he has only condensed 3 natural great spell seeds. Originally, he wanted to condense these 3 seeds into one to form a paramount great spell. However, he has only advanced to the Dharma stage for 5 years, and his paramount great spell has already leaped to the next level, beating up mid-Dharma adept. Lu Ping was extremely embarrassed by the comments of Laozu. Initially, Tianxiong Laozu was discussing the depth of Zhongshi's abilities, but the other Dharma adepts were obviously more interested in Lu Ping, who had severely injured Zhongxi and caused him to vomit blood. Seeing this, Tianxiong Laozu coughed and stopped the discussion. He said, ever since the Kang Hai sect merged, their abilities have improved by leaps and bounds. Now, they should have 10 Dharma adepts. These years, there has been news from the Kang Hai sect that the Dongji sect is about to advance to become a great Dharma adept. Regardless of whether this news is true or not, just the increase in their abilities alone would make even Xianling sect pale in comparison. That Zhongxi has quietly advanced to the mid-Dharma stage and achieved a paramount great spell. It seems like our sect has been too arrogant all these years, thinking that none of the sects in the North Sea can be a match for us, but we did not know that the Kang Hai sect has been waiting for revenge. Tianxiong Laozu seemed to have a tacit understanding with Tianxiong Laozu beforehand. Just as Tianxiong Laozu finished speaking, Tianxiong Laozu continued, "What Senior Tianxiong said is right. Although our sect has frequently encountered attacks from the various sects, the strength of the North Sea is still weak. Although our sect is strong, we can only dominate the North Sea for a period of time. Compared to the strength of the sects outside the North Sea, all of them are too far behind us." Tian Shui Laozu, on the other hand, was thinking about Lu Ping. He asked again, "That Wang Shiqing, this time, it was wise of you not to kill him. However, you should be aware of his injuries. Also, that Zhongxi was injured by you. How do you think his injuries are?" Lu Ping muttered to himself for a moment before replying, that Wang Shiqing's path of advancement has already been severed by this disciple. As for that Zhongxi, although his injuries are severe, it hasn't reached his core. This disciple estimates that if an alchemist grandmaster were to help, he would need at least 3 to 5 years to recover. When Tian Feng, Tian Shan, and Tian Kang heard how ruthless Lu Ping was, cutting off Wang Shiqing's path of advancement, their faces were filled with astonishment. However, Tian Shui Laozu praised, "Good. Sparing his life is already giving Azure Sea sect a lot of face. If we don't leave some marks on him, wouldn't we have suffered a huge loss this time?" Tianxiong Laozu sighed lightly and said, "Forget it. Although his methods are a little ruthless, since our sect wants to rise up, other than our own hard work, we have to suppress other opponents as well. Azure Sea sect has been recuperating all these years. It's about time to suppress them." Tian Fan Laozu nodded his head and said, "Previously, due to the matter of the Northwest Sea's mineral vein, the alliance between the various sects in the Northern Sea has already been broken. Now that little brat Lu has attacked recklessly, although he was a little rash, he has also displayed our sect's strength and potential to the various sects in the Northern Sea sect. Currently, there isn't a single sect in the Northern Sea sect that is willing to openly stand on the opposite side of our sect. This is our sect's chance." Just as Zhenling Laozu had decided on the plan to suppress Azure Sea sect with a few words, Tian Shu Laozu suddenly rushed in. "We just received news from the Devil region. Yin Xianchu has been seen in the Devil region." Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. Then, he heard Tian Shan Laozu say anxiously, "Oh no, he's going after his uncle, Aou. This kid is too rash. How can he go to the Deep Sea Devil region? Don't panic." Tianling Laozu gestured to Tian Shan Laozu to calm down. Then, he turned to Tian Shu Laozu and asked, "Is the source of the news reliable? Are there other sects who know about this?" Tian Shu Laozu had to admire Tianling Laozu's judgment. He nodded and said, "The source is reliable. Many monster race cultivators have seen it. By now, all the sects in the Northern Sea have probably received the news." Tianling Laozu said, "Send an order to the Dark Hall. Send more people to hide outside the Devil region. If they can't identify the person, don't rescue him. If he's not being pursued, don't rescue him. Don't contact him. At the same time, increase the surveillance on Xianling sect." Tian Shu Laozu excused himself. Tian Feng Laozu said, "Junior Martial Sister, do you think the news is wrong?" The Heavenly Spirit Ancestor nodded and said, "That's right. From the fact that Xian Chu has been hiding in the North Sea for 10 years, Every single time he makes a move, he has a thorough plan and strict arrangements. Before the incident, when has anyone noticed his tracks? In order to avenge his parents, he was able to endure for dozens of years until his cultivation was strong enough to kill Dao Shi. With this kind of forbearance, how could he easily enter the devil region for revenge? This time, he exposed his tracks so easily. It's obviously against his usual style. I suspect that Xian Chu is going to attack Xian Ling sect again, Tian Shui Laozu said. This kid is too stubborn. He's used to venting his anger on others. Dao Shi killed his parents back then. It seems like he's holding a grudge against the entire Xian Ling sect. Tian Xiong Laozu said, let's disperse for now. Recently, many forces in the Northern Sea have taken the initiative to contact forces from the outside world. The old man suspects that they're here for the distribution of the Spirit Stone mine on Frost Island. Everyone, be careful when you go down there. Lu Ping walked out of Tian Xiong Laozu's cave in a hurry and saw Yarrow Yong walking towards him. Ever since Tian Cheng Laozu's corps was severely injured during the battle on Frost Island and lost the hope of advancing to the mid-Dharma stage, Yarrow Yong was like a mad bull. He tirelessly searched for all kinds of ways to recover Tian Cheng Laozu's damaged core essence so that Tian Cheng Laozu would have a chance to advance to the mid-Dharma stage again. It was said that during this period of time, Yarrow Yong had asked almost every alchemist in the Elixir Pavilion. Tianlu Laozu had even been so annoyed by Yarrow Yong that he hid out of his cave. Yarrow Yong even secretly went to the Central Plains, hoping to gain something from Tianqin Laozu. Unfortunately, he still ended up with nothing. As a good friend of Yarrow Yong, Lu Ping, this alchemist grandmaster, should have been his first target of harassment. However, Lu Ping had been cultivating in seclusion and rarely came out. Moreover, Tian Cheng Laozu's injury was something that Lu Ping could not do. Yarrow Yong had come to look for him several times, but every time, it was Hu Lily who explained to him. Lu Ping had never met him. This time, it was obviously because Yarrow Yong had heard the news and specially rushed over to block the entrance of Tian Xiong Laozu's cave. Tian Ling Laozu and the others saw Yarrow Yong coming. Although they looked calm, they couldn't help but speed up their pace. It seemed that Yarrow Yong had annoyed these Laozu quite a lot. When Yarrow Yong saw Lu Ping, he asked directly, have you heard of the Samling Five Elements leaf? Is the legend about him true or false? Lu Ping looked at Yarrow Yong in a daze. Even the previous Laozu slowed down and waited for Lu Ping's answer. They were all overjoyed in their hearts. Could it be that Tian Cheng Laozu's injury could really be cured? Before, the three grandmasters of our sect all denied the possibility of Tian Cheng Laozu's recovery. Seeing the anxious look on Yarrow Yong's face, Lu Ping said tactfully, this thing has only been mentioned once in the legend. No one in the cultivation world has ever seen such a treasure. However, according to the records of Taoist Gui's lectures, it is said that this thing can heal the origin of injuries. Yarrow Yong obviously didn't understand what Lu Ping meant. He was overjoyed and said, really? The other Laozu obviously understood what Lu Ping meant. They sighed slightly and quickened their pace, but it was much heavier. Lu Ping could only shake his head and say, Senior brother Xian Yong, since the seventh patriarch opened the sky, no one in the cultivation world has ever seen such a treasure. I even doubt that Taoist Gui really said this. Maybe it was just a story made up by later generations. This is why Martial Uncle Tianlu, Martial Uncle Tianqin, and I have never mentioned this thing to you. No. Yarrow Yong's breathing suddenly became rapid. He said, someone got this thing from the Seven Stars Palace. Chapter 968. Hearing this, Lu Ping didn't show much joy on his face. Obviously, he didn't believe it. He frowned and asked, since no one in the cultivation world has ever seen such a treasure, how can the person who obtained it be sure that this is the Samling Five Elements leaf that only Taoist Gui mentioned in the cultivation world? Yarrow Yong saw through Lu Ping and said, you don't believe it. When the Crystal Palace cultivator opened the box, the jade slip inside introduced that it was the seed of the Samling Five Elements leaf, in the hands of the Crystal Palace. And it's just a seed. The few Laozu cultivators who had stopped also frowned, and Lu Ping's frown deepened. Lu Ping pondered for a moment, as if he was thinking about something, but also as if there was something he couldn't say. In the end, he sighed and said, "Do you know who has it and where it is now?" Yarrow Yong shook his head and said, "It was in the hands of a blood condensation realm disciple of the Crystal Palace who entered the Seven Stars Grotto Heaven. After finding out that it was the Samling Five Elements leaf, the disciple handed it over to the sect. I think it should be in the hands of a high-level cultivator of the Crystal Palace now, and I'm afraid it will be sent back to the East Sea soon." Lu Ping thought that Yarrow Yong already had the confidence to ask for his help, but he didn't expect that Yarrow Yong was just a headless fly. Apart from confirming the effect of the Samling Five Elements leaf, it seemed that Yarrow Yong wanted Lu Ping to make a decision for him. Yarrow Yong hesitated for a moment and said, "I guess the Crystal Palace cultivator who obtained the Samling Five Elements leaf is still in the North Sea, in Xianling Sec." Yarrow Yong had made it very clear. But robbing the Crystal Palace, just when Lu Ping didn't know what to do, Fornak's Cauldron forefather heard the news and walked over. With a sullen face, he said, "What else do you want? You too still want to rob the Crystal Palace?" Lu Ping saw that Yarrow Yong's face was red. After all, there seemed to be no other way to solve this problem. However, the risk was too great. One mistake could bring disaster to Zhenling. The other Laozu cultivators also looked at them, and even Celestial Phenomenon Laozu came out. Obviously, Laozu didn't agree with Yarrow Yong's words. However, Celestial Phenomenon Laozu's situation was really pitiful, and Yarrow Yong was filial, so they didn't reprimand him directly. Fornax Laozu sighed, looked at Lu Ping, and then said to Yarrow Yong, "Do you know what Taoist Gui said about the Samling Five Elements leaf?" Yarrow Yong shook his head and listened to Fornax Laozu repeat the information about the Samling Five Elements leaf that Taoist Gui said in his sermon. At that time, Jiao Daoren mistakenly took a poisonous pill made by Taoist Gui, and his cultivation was damaged. He hid in the secret land of the fallen earth to heal his injuries. Later, during Taoist Gui's sermon, a cultivator who was listening to Jiao Daoren's lecture came to question Taoist Gui. Since it was an accident, why didn't Taoist Gui, as the founder of alchemy, try to cure Jiao Daoren's injuries, but let Jiao Daoren recuperate in the secret land of the fallen earth? Taoist Gui also said that the poison of the poisonous pill he made was unparalleled in the world, but even he didn't have an antidote for it. Fortunately, Jiao Daoren had a profound cultivation, so the poison would not harm his life. However, if his origin was damaged, it would be difficult for him to recover. The cultivator then asked about the method to heal the origin injury. Taoist Gui hesitated for a moment, then said the Samling Five Elements leaf. However, according to Taoist Gui's record about the Samling Five Elements leaf passed down from ancient times, the conditions for the formation and growth of the Samling Five Elements leaf were extremely harsh, even to the point that it was almost impossible to exist. The three spirits and five elements leaves were born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The place where they were born and grew first needed a place with extremely dense spiritual energy. Generally speaking, it needed at least a large spiritual vein to support the density of spiritual energy to meet the minimum requirements for their growth. However, this was only a minor detail. The real impossibility was that the Samling Five Elements leaf needed to be formed in a place where the five elements of heaven and earth gathered, and these five elements of heaven and earth had to be at the same level. The so-called Samling referred to the three levels of heaven, earth, and profound. The so-called five elements referred to the five elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Although the Samling Five Elements leaf could heal a cultivator's damaged origin, it came at a great price. According to Taoist Gui, a low-grade profound five elements leaf could heal an early-stage blood condensation cultivator's origin. A mid-grade profound five elements leaf could heal a mid-stage blood condensation cultivator's origin, and a high-grade profound five elements leaf could heal a late-stage blood condensation cultivator's origin. Similarly, to heal a core forging cultivator's damaged origin, one would need to use earth-grade five elements leaf according to the cultivator's cultivation level, and the nourishment period would be 100 years. However, once a cultivator's cultivation level reached the Dharma manifestation stage, one would need to use sky-grade heaven, mid, and lower-grade heaven and earth treasures according to their cultivation level, and the nourishment period would be 1,000 years. After listening to Fornax Laozu's explanation, Yarrow Yong's face turned pale. Even if he could snatch the Samling 5 Elements leaf from the Crystal Palace cultivators without exposing his identity, and even if he could find all 5 elemental earth-grade heaven and earth treasures, heaven and earth Laozu wouldn't wait 1,000 years. Yarrow Yong looked at the silent Lu Ping. Obviously, Lu Ping already knew the method to cultivate the Samling 5 Elements leaf, but he didn't say it. Obviously, he didn't want to hurt Yarrow Yong's feelings. So, Yarrow Yong silently bowed to Fornax Laozu, turned around, and left. Fornax Laozu sighed, turned around, and left, shaking his head. The other Laozu had already disappeared. Lu Ping wanted to stop Yarrow Yong, but Yarrow Yong left very quickly, as if he had used a flying spell to leave Qianling Mountain. In a mysterious place in the North Sea, after a flash of light, 2 cultivators suddenly appeared behind the light. Among the 2, one looked to be in his 30s, and the other was a cultivator in his 40s. From the clothes they were wearing, it was obvious that they were a master and a servant. The middle-aged cultivator was obviously the young cultivator in his 30s, and from the surging aura that the 2 gave off when they appeared on the teleportation portal, they were obviously Dharma adepts, and the middle-aged servant's cultivation level was even at the mid-Dharma stage. An early Dharma adept who had been waiting in front of the teleportation portal hurriedly came forward and bowed. "Sir, your presence in the North Sea brings light to our humble Four Seas sect." The young man waved his hand and asked him to stand up. He said pleasantly, "Leader Zheng, it's our first time in the North Sea, and we're not familiar with the people and the place. We'll have to trouble you to teach us." Leader Zheng hurriedly said, "Sir, you're too kind. How could I dare to teach you? If you have any questions, I'll definitely tell you everything I know, but this is not the place to talk. I've already prepared a place to stay in the sect. Please, Sir and Senior Wen, move." Although the young man looked calm, his eyes were obviously satisfied with Leader Zheng's attitude. As he followed Leader Zheng out, he said, "Then tell me about the recent events in the North Sea." "Oh, yes, there should be a Zhunling in the North Sea, and this sect has a disciple called Lu Xianping. I wonder if Leader Zheng has heard of him? This person once made a big name for himself in the Central Plains, and I'm very interested. Why don't you tell me more about him?" Lu Ping went all the way down to the peak of Qianling Mountain. Then, after some thought, he walked towards his cave abode in Qianling Mountain, Tingshao Manor. From afar, he saw Hu Lily anxiously waiting for him at the entrance of the cave abode. Lu Ping walked up to her and said, "Is there something urgent?" Hu Lily nodded and handed Lu Ping a specially made telepathic sword. She said, "Take a look. You've said before that if I receive this kind of sword, I'll give it to you as soon as possible." Lu Ping's expression turned serious. After receiving the sword, he made a few special hand seals, and the restriction on the surface of the sword collapsed on its own. Lu Ping's divine sense penetrated the sword to check its contents. After a while, Lu Ping said, "I'm going to secretly leave Qianling Mountain for a while, but it shouldn't be too long." "Right, how's the mirror image formation coming along?" "During this time, you have to think of a way to make people think that I was injured after my battle with Zhongxi, and that I'm now in closed-door cultivation to heal. However, I still have to show myself at appropriate times. I can't let people suspect that I'm using closed-door cultivation as an excuse to secretly go out." Hu Lily was a little troubled. The formation can be set up, but it can only do limited repetitive movements. If it's too frequent, people will see through it. Lu Ping nodded and praised, "That's already very good. I heard that even Martial Uncle Shen Chen has a headache with this formation. It doesn't matter if the movements are simple. In any case, you don't need to come into contact with people. You just need to let people see you from afar at the right time." Hu Lily thought for a while and said, "I'll do my best." Lu Ping turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and asked, "Is there any formation that's so exquisite that many people can't tell it's real from fake, and even divine sense can't detect it?" Hu Lily said blankly, "I don't know. Maybe there is. But at least it doesn't exist in the North Sea." Lu Ping nodded and said, "That's it. It seems like someone is secretly helping him." Hu Lili asked tentatively, "Was that sound transmission sword from Yin Shenchu secretly asking you to go out?" Although Hu Lili didn't often ask about Lu Ping's private affairs, Lu Ping usually didn't deliberately hide it. Moreover, Hu Lili was an extremely intelligent person, so she could guess a thing or two from Lu Ping's daily speech and behavior. Lu Ping smiled and nodded. He said, "Don't worry, there shouldn't be any danger." Hu Lili said, "There isn't any danger yet. Lu Shuheng's death 5 years ago was related to you, right?" Lu Ping was speechless. "You can even guess that." Lu Ping snuck out of Tianling Mountain, dived into the water, and headed south. 1,000 miles away, he came ashore on a barren reef. He scanned the area with his divine sense and pointed at a cluster of rocks in the northeast. He smiled and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Yin, Junior Marshal Brother Ji, how long are you two planning to hide?" Chapter 969. Ji Shenxian walked out from the rubble and asked curiously, "How did you know I was here as well?" Yin Xuanchu's voice sounded out from the shadows of a pile of rubble. "His divine sense is extremely tyrannical, and even my concealment secret technique can't escape his detection. He had already sensed our location the moment he came ashore." Lu Ping looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "Actually, before I came here, I had already guessed that Junior Brother Ji had probably already contacted Junior Brother Yin. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Junior Brother Yin to use the tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain near the deep-sea demon region. I think it's because Junior Brother Ji has mastered the puppet secret technique." Ji Shenxian immediately said complacently, "I was just about to tell you about this. I didn't expect you to have already guessed it." Lu Ping said with a smile, "Don't forget that you still have my azure willow tree with you. My avatar still has to rely on you." When Ji Shenxian heard the azure willow tree, a trace of reluctance actually appeared on his face as he said, "Speaking of that azure willow tree, it's an 8,000-year-old spirit tree. I wonder where you found such a rare treasure of the heavens and the earth." With that, Ji Shenxian handed over a foot-long puppet to Lu Ping. The puppet's appearance vaguely resembled Lu Ping's. Lu Ping said exaggeratedly, "It can't be. Just the trunk of that azure willow tree is 10 feet long. You only made such a large puppet to be my avatar. Isn't it too obvious that you're cutting corners?" Ji Shenxian immediately said angrily, "What do you know? If it wasn't for the fact that your azure willow tree was old enough and heavy enough, I'm afraid it would be good enough to make a 3-inch puppet for you. This was refined from the main trunk and most of the main roots of your azure willow tree." Lu Ping's divine sense had already sensed the extraordinary power contained within this foot-long puppet, so he said with a smile, "You only used the main trunk and the roots. Where did the other branches and leaves go?" Ji Shenxian said righteously, "Although the azure willow tree is rare, if I were to forcefully use its branches to refine this puppet, its quality would be lowered. Besides, in order to make this puppet and not let the 8,000-year-old azure willow tree be covered in dust, I didn't take a single step outside for an entire 10 years. My cultivation has fallen so much, and my status in the sect is also declining. That's why I was able to get the title of 3 Wonders. How can I have the prestige of an immortal and a devil like you? In order to express your gratitude and make up for the loss of my reputation over the past 10 years, those branches can be my payment of." Lu Ping naturally did not intend to take back the remaining branches from Ji Shenxian. He was just joking with him earlier. At this moment, Yin Shenchu also sighed and said, "Let alone an immortal and a devil, even Zhong Shui has been beaten up like a dead dog by him. He's no longer the immortal of Zhenling, but the immortal of the North Sea." Lu Ping asked curiously, "How did you guys know about this?" Yin Shenchu said, "The sect and the Azure Sea sect did not intentionally conceal such a huge matter. It has long been known to the entire world." Ji Shenxian still held a grudge and said, "Damn it, that's true. Back then, the 3 of us were originally the 3 true spirit prodigies, but now I'm the worst off." Yin Shenchu comforted him, "Now that you've mastered the external avatar technique, you're a grandmaster of the puppet lineage. If this news were to spread, Wouldn't your status in the cultivation world be like the sun in the sky? Ji Shenxian said rather bleakly, how can it be that easy? Do you think it's that easy to refine an external avatar? Look at the willow puppet in his hand. It's an 8,000-year-old spirit tree. How good is its quality? In the end, it's condensed to such a size. Even if it can grow along with his cultivation, it's already not bad if it can display half of its power. What's more, it can't even display his innate ability, Yin Shenchu said. Half of its power is already extremely high. With senior brother Lu's strength, how many early Dharma adepts can have half of his strength? Ji Shenxian nodded and said, that's true. However, this is only him. If it were anyone else, where would they get an 8,000-year-old spirit tree? It's already good enough to have a 3,000-year-old one, but how much of one's ability can they display? Moreover, not everyone is like this monster who possesses an explosive level of divine sense cultivation. Otherwise, even using this external avatar would be difficult. Moreover, if the material isn't good, it's extremely easy for it to be damaged during the refining process. Ji Shenxian poured out his grievances and said, also, I used 10 years to make this willow puppet. Even if the willow's quality is too good and I wasn't proficient enough before, I'll be able to make one in the next 7 years at most. Yin Shenchu said, oh, so this thing can't be popularized. Ji Shenxian spread out his palm and said, the inheritance jade slip that senior brother Lu gave me is extremely miraculous. After refining the jade slip, the contents of this secret technique will be imprinted in my divine sense. Unless I'm willing to strip this part of the contents from my divine sense and pass it to someone else, I won't be able to pass it down verbally. However, if I strip the imprint from my divine sense, I won't remember anything. 7 years for 1, 70 years for 10. Even if I don't do anything for the rest of my life and spend every day making puppets, I'm afraid I won't even be able to make 100 puppets in my lifetime, and this isn't even taking into account the failure rate. When Lu Ping heard the two of them getting further and further away from each other, he hurriedly said, all right. The two of you probably didn't draw the attention of the various sects in the North Sea to the Deep Sea Demon region just to call me out for a chat, right? Only then did Yin Shenchu say seriously, I discovered another secret teleportation array of the Overturned Seas sect, and I'm preparing to leave the East Sea. Lu Ping said curiously, I've been wondering how you came to the North Sea. You said it was by chance and a freak combination of factors, but I can't figure it out no matter what. As they spoke, the three of them had already turned into streaks of light and flew towards the southern part of the North Sea in the direction that Yin Shenchu pointed. Along the way, Yin Shenchu told Lu Ping about the process of him entering the North Sea. After listening to Yin Xuanchu's narration, Lu Ping frowned and fell into deep thought. Ji Shenxian asked curiously, what's wrong? Lu Ping said, so you're saying that you're aiming for the ice attribute mid-grade heaven-grade spirit item in the hands of that Crystal Palace cultivator? Ji Shenxian nodded and said, actually, I already have one ice river heart in my hands, but I think with my cultivation base, I can even fuse 2 of them. All these years, other than killing Xianling sect disciples in the North Sea, I spent the rest of my time polishing my cultivation base. I want to increase my accumulation. Otherwise, if I focus on cultivation, I'm almost at the peak of the core forging realm by now. Ji Shenxian was indignant again and said, I've just advanced to the 8th stage core forging realm not long ago, and you're already preparing to fuse the 3rd type of spirit item, and it's even 2 mid-grade heaven-grade spirit items. With my current foundation, I can only fuse 1 mid-grade heaven-grade spirit item in the future at most. At this moment, Lu Ping also suddenly said, why don't you try to fuse 3 parts of the Ice River Heart and break through to the 9th stage Golden Core? A trace of interest appeared on Yin Xuanchu's face, but he gave up in the end and said, I'm afraid it'll be extremely difficult. With my cultivation base, I know that I have some confidence in fusing 2 mid-grade heaven-grade spirit items, but if it's 3 parts, even if you have a spirit pill that can increase the chances of fusing with spirit items, I'm afraid it'll be beyond your ability. What about the spirit forging pill? Yin Shenchu was stunned, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Ji Shenxian almost choked, and he hurriedly coughed twice and said, you have it. Lu Ping nodded and said, I have the pill recipe, you guys can collect the spirit herbs yourselves. Okay. Okay. The two of them said in unison. Ever since Yin Shenchu had used one of the overturned Sea's faction's secret teleporter to return to the North Sea from the East Sea faction, the overturned Sea's faction had strengthened the protection of the secret teleporter. After Yin Xuanchu's secret investigation, he discovered that this teleporter was not only protected by a spell, but also had a late core forging adept overseeing it. There were also 2 mid-core forging adepts and 1 early core forging adept assisting them. With the help of the spell, these people could even endure the attacks of Dharma adepts until reinforcements arrived, or they could use the teleporter to return to the East Sea and cut off the teleporter. It took a lot of effort to find this secret teleporter. The reason why I called you over is because of this spell. As long as we can break this spell, the people inside will be at our mercy. Yin Xuanchu's cold voice was filled with murderous intent. Lu Ping suddenly raised his hand to stop the two of them and said, "Wait, there's a Dharma adept inside." "What?" Yin Shenchu was stunned. "That's impossible. How could there be a Dharma adept inside? If there was a Dharma adept overseeing this spell, how confident would you be in breaking it?" Lu Ping did not reply. His divine will carefully tried to penetrate the spell through the cracks in the spell, hoping to obtain some useful information. After a while, Lu Ping let out a sigh of relief and said, "It shouldn't be a guard here. It's a Dharma adept passing by. I don't know if he's coming from the East Sea or leaving through the North Sea. Then what should we do?" Ji Shenxian rubbed his hair in distress and said, "Why don't we wait for the Dharma adept to leave before coming back?" At this time, a few figures flashed past the spell. Yin Xuanchu's eyes narrowed and he said, "It's him. It's the Crystal Palace adept who has the Ice River heart. This time, he must be leaving the North Sea. We can't let him escape." Lu Ping thought for a while and suddenly drew a line behind him. 3 miles away, a space door opened and Lu China flew out from the House of Gold. Chen Lian had already understood the structure of the House of Gold. All that was left was to lure him out and kill him. When Lu Ping saw the few people flashing past in the spell, the 3 pure true eyes in his eyes flashed. He already had a general understanding of their abilities. When Yin Shenchu saw Lu Ping release Lu China, he could roughly guess what Lu Ping was thinking. "Hence," he said, "that's good too. I originally wanted to kill him for the Ice River heart, but he unintentionally hid in Xianling's sect and failed." Lu Ping thought for a while and opened the House of Gold again. He released Samling as well. Yin Shenchu and Ji Xuanchuan's eyes widened instantly. In the air above the overturned Sea's sect's secret teleporter, Lu China let out a long cry. A flame shot out from her mouth towards the spell. "Evil creature, you're asking for death." You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.